When looking back at the period of the levellers and the turmoil around the Civil War and its aftermath, it's quite hard to say we're in unprecedented times now, because they had their fair share of pandemics and political repression in the 17th century. But I think it is fair to say that the recent period has been challenging, to say the least, and really reinforces, what shouldn't need reinforcing, but the need for a united labour movement like never before. The unfolding situation in Israel and Palestine shows why our internationalism is more important than ever before, and someone will say something later on about some of the events which are happening around the region and the country to express support for people in Palestine at the moment. But it all shows why the theme of the world turned upside down continues to resonate so strongly. I'm just going to say a few words from a TUC perspective on where we are. We're facing a government who are obviously utterly inept handling of a pandemic, having run down our public services, having then thrown money at their friends and cronies in a privatised test, track and trace system, while not providing support for people who actually need to isolate to make that system work in the form of decent sick pay. We've had the mushrooming of insecure work, which has been highlighted. It's highlighted just how much we're not all in this together, despite what we see ministers saying. The massively disproportionate impact of a pandemic on Black people, on disabled people, on women from all backgrounds, in terms of deaths, illness and unemployment, show in really horrifyingly stark terms just how broken our economic system is. We've got more analysis coming out soon of the kind of death rates for people of working age, but it's true that you're twice as likely to have died from COVID if you're working age and on a 0 hours contract, and over 1 million people are now on 0 hours contracts. You're 3 times as likely to have ended up in hospital if you're a shift worker. That just speaks for itself around the people who've been kind of most exposed. And the government's response, has it been to move forward on making things happen, making sure that we're safer and building resilience into the economy? In the short term, making sure that everyone has decent sick pay if they need to isolate, and it's accessible for all workers, and at least for living wage. Have we seen proper enforcement of the regulations? Because despite the fact we've had thousands of workplace outbreaks and hundreds of COVID deaths that have been reported as occupational, we've not seen the Health and Safety Executive fine a single employer or a single employer being prosecuted for putting staff in danger. We're still seeing a huge amount of employers who haven't carried out risk assessments. We've still lacking updated full health and safety regulations that take into account what we know now about how COVID spreads, and the importance of ventilation. A lot of stuff out from unions and the TUC this weekend as we get ready for the next stage of unlockdown about the importance of ventilation in workplaces, and supporting vaccination. So making sure that workers have had paid time off to actually go and get their vaccines. Well over half of businesses are still not doing that. We've got these reports now that they're going to start looking at forcing people to have vaccination in some occupations, which we think all of the evidence shows is a mistake. It reinforces people's hesitancy around it. We've got a TUC survey out on that at the moment for workers in the care sector, just checking views and checking out. But as I said, all of the evidence shows that undermines confidence at a time when we really want to make sure that everybody is doing it. And the whole issue of vaccine nationalism and the hoarding of vaccines at a time when we really need to make sure that everybody has access. In the medium term, we've got a government, has the government ensured in the budget or the Queen's speech measures to deal with insecure work, unemployment, taken steps to make sure that millions of public and private sector workers, the key workers who've got us through this crisis and are getting us through this crisis, have had the pay rises they deserve? Have we seen the investment in decent jobs of the future, including in the sectors that we're going to need to see expanding to get us to net zero carbon in the economy? I think we all know that's rhetorical. No, we haven't seen any of that at all. What we've seen is more pay freezes, the prospect of a police crime and sentencing bill that could have a deeply chilling effect on our right to protest. And I am struck by visions of a silent march in Burford next year when we get back to meeting in person. I don't think any of us are going to accept that. And obviously we have to join with the opposition to the measures there. We've got the overt racism, which has been reinforced, and reinforcement of a hostile environment that we've seen in the Home Secretary's disgraceful proposals on immigration and asylum. And just on that note, I think the incredible example of solidarity and protest that was shown by people in Glasgow stopping that Home Office deportation team on Eid on Thursday. And that example, I think, again shows that it's through our organisation and the action we take to defend and extend our rights that we make a difference, which again is the key part of today's kind of thinking and themes and all of the discussions we're going to have later on. We've got 1 in 10 workers who've been subject to some form of fire and rehire during the pandemic, with employers playing fast and loose because they can get away with it. But people are fighting back. People are fighting back in companies from big ones like British Gas Dispute, British Airways, as we've seen, down to small businesses in the platform and gig economy like Good Lord, where Unite members have been taking really strong industrial action. And all of those workers need our support. Some of you will be on this call today. So as we look ahead at the programme today, I think we need to take renewed inspiration from the women and men of the Levellers movement, who we're remembering, from the heroines and heroes of the international brigades and the medical aid groups who went to Spain during the Civil War. They knew that the struggle to turn the world in the right direction was an ongoing one. We know that as well. So I'll finish there. I've done a little bit on timings, but do just keep an eye on those timings on your on the agenda. As I say, slightly different time for the 2 o'clock start with Jeremy and the 5 o'clock start for Attila. And I will now, I think that's my 10 minutes done. I'm looking at my clock, 10:41, good, just on 10 minutes. I will hand over to Colin from the Oxford International Brigades Memorial Trust for the next part of the introduction. And yeah, looking forward to seeing stuff as it unfolds today. Cheers, Colin. Oh, Colin, you're still on mute there. This was my little entrepreneurial idea to get T-shirts printed up that said you're still on mute, so you could point at it, but someone else apparently has done that already. Still there. That's it, you're off mute. I'm going to mute myself now.
Okay, well, thanks, Sam. That was a rousing and radical welcome that I think will be hard to follow. But a very warm welcome to this Levellers Day event from the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee. For those of you who have enjoyed previous Levellers Days and revelled in the march around the streets of true blue Tory Burford, I have to admit that today's sort of virtual Zoom event bears no comparison to the good progressive and socialist conversation that we all enjoy as we walk the streets and listen to the speeches in Burford Churchyard, and not for this year, unfortunately, the partaking of a beer with comrades in one of the many Burford pubs. But the purpose of today is to keep alive the spirit of the Levellers Day, so that next year in 2022 we can all meet up and renew our comradeship under the best of circumstances. And this year, the event is, as I said, being co-hosted by the Oxford's International Brigade Memorial Committee, of which I am the chair. So what's the link between the 1930s volunteers of the International Brigade who went to fight Spain, went to Spain to fight fascism there, and the Levellers of 1649? Well, both are a magnificent and heroic example of working class resistance to tyranny. The Levellers, originally loyal members of Cromwell's modern army, soon recognised that Cromwell had taken to himself autocratic powers that threatened the lives and well-being of the citizens of Britain and Ireland. They took a stand and they mutinied, and they were pursued, and eventually 3 were captured at Burford, where they were executed, and that's the origin of Levellers Day here in Burford. Nearly 300 years later from that awful event, the volunteers of the International Brigades recognised the craven appeasement of the British government to international fascism. They knew that people had to make a stand against fascism in Spain, in Germany, and in Italy. And they recognised the overt racism and fascism within the British Isles. They saw a newly democratic Spain being sacrificed, and they decided enough was enough. They had to make a stand. Of Britain's 2,500 volunteers, some 524 were killed in action. That's a terrible toll. In Oxfordshire, of the 31 volunteers from the city and county, 6 were killed. So here we are in 2021, and it's a time when we see very plainly, we see racism and fascism growing and emboldenment across the globe. We all need to find that resolve that inspired the Levellers and inspired the volunteers of the International Brigades. That's why we're here today. That's why the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee is co-hosting the event today, together with our comrades from the Oxford TUC. And that's why we support and encourage all who fight for a socialist future, a sustainable planet, and a world free of tyranny. And much of those issues are reflected in the discussions and comments and talks today. So I hope you will enjoy the day very much, and welcome again. Now, next up is John Rees, who will spend a few minutes on the story of the Levellers. Now, John Rees is a long-term political activist. He is heavily involved in the Stop the War Coalition, and he's a founder member of the People's Assembly. He's a research fellow at Goldsmiths, University of London, and he very recently published a seminal history of the Levellers that was published in 2016. After John, we will hear from Ciaran Walsh, and he will talk for 10 minutes on the Oxford Levellers and on Levellers Day. Now, Ciaran is, for those of you who have long memories, is Oxford's modern day equivalent, I think, of Abe Lazarus, the fiery trade unionist from Oxford in the 1920s and 30s. Now, Ciaran runs Oxford's radical walking tours, and he's a poet and poetry performer. And what he doesn't know about Oxford's radical history, frankly, isn't worth knowing. Now, I could listen to Ciaran for hours, so his short talk is not to be missed. But first, here is John Rees, also not to be missed, on the Levellers. Thank you very much.
My name's John Rees, and I'm a visiting research fellow at Goldsmiths, University of London, and author of The Leveller Revolution. So where shall we start? Well, unconventionally, we're going to start at the end. After two civil wars in January 1649, the English people did something absolutely unprecedented. They put their king on trial, found him guilty of treason against the people, and had him executed on a scaffold erected outside the banqueting house in London's Whitehall. Now, on that day, there were two men, among others, on the scaffold. One was called John Harris, and the other was called Richard Rumbold, and they were members of a Leveller movement. Now, who were the Levellers, and where did they come from? For that, we have to go back to the beginning and start with John Lilburne, the best known of the Levellers. He was already a religious radical in the 1630s, and he was importing illegal religious material from printing presses in Holland. He didn't believe that the established Church of England was a right framework for Christians to profess their faith. Now, he was arrested, given away by an associate. He was dragged before the Court of Star Chamber, a no-jury court, in which it was typical that defendants were forced to confess as the main way of proving their guilt. Now, Lilburne refused to recognise the court. He said that no free-born Englishman should have to testify against himself or be found guilty other than by a jury of his peers. For this, he was found guilty by the court, sent to the Fleet prison, taken out one day, tied to the back end of a cart, and whipped 500 times with a three-thonged knotted leather whip all the way to Whitehall, where he was put in the pillory. Now, he was still handing out the leaflets from his coat pocket as he was in the pillory and trying to make speeches until he was gagged by his jailer. This event made him famous. He became known as Freeborn John Lilburne, and he was cheered back to prison by the London crowd. And it wasn't until the meeting of the Long Parliament that he got out of jail. A little-known Huntingdon MP called Oliver Cromwell moved that he should be released, and he was. And he fought with Cromwell in the Ironsides in the First Civil War, and he was still associated with a network of underground and illegal printers. The writer Richard Overton was also running a secret printing press, and he was to become a leveller. So was William Larner, the man that printed Lilburn's pamphlets. So he was already part of an underground radical network. Now, as the First Civil War came to an end, there was an obvious question. What should the country be like? Who should rule it? What should be the settlement in the church? And in all these matters, Lilburn was a radical. And the Leveller movement produced, in 1647, the Agreement of the People, and they debated it with the leading forces in the army at Putney Church. Now, they demanded annual parliaments, a very wide male franchise, freedom of religion, and freedom of print. Now, the army leaders didn't agree with them at this stage, and their revolt at that stage was put down. But within a year, the situation was very different. The king had escaped from Parliament, and there was a second civil war. That radicalised people. They finally saw that there was no settlement to be had with Charles I, that he was only going to return on the old terms or not at all. And the radicals in the army combined with the Levellers to push through a final settlement, a final coming to terms. The moderates who wanted to bring the king back were purged from Parliament, and a court was set up which tried the king and brought him to justice. And that's why Richard Rumbold and John Harris were on the platform that day. Richard Rumbold was later executed himself for a plot in the 1660s, and on his scaffold, he said these words, that no man comes into the world booted and spurred, and no man with a saddle on his back so that he can be ridden. And that, if anything, was what the Levellers stood for. They stood for a democratic society. They stood for freedom of religion, at least in the Protestant church, and they stood for freedom to politically organise, to petition, their main weapon, to be able to demonstrate, to be able to print freely. And these things, together with that first ever written constitution, the Agreement of the People, these are the birth of democratic politics in this country. And we have the Leveller movement to thank for that.
Hello, my name is Ciaran Walsh, and happy Levellers Day. I'd like to thank John for that overview of the Leveller movement. John, of course, is an authority on the field, and his book, The Leveller Revolution, is standard text on the subject now. I just want to talk about a few aspects of the Leveller movement and about the end and denouement of the movement and its aftermath. At the time of the Putney debates, Thomas Rainsborough said, I would fain know what the soldier hath fought for all this while. He hath fought to enslave himself, to give power to men of riches, of estates, to have himself a perpetual slave. We do find in all the presses that go forth that none must be pressed who are freehold men. When these gentlemen fall out amongst themselves, then they press the poor scrubs to come and kill each other on their account. And there Thomas Rainsborough looks at and expresses Leveller resistance and opposition to slavery and impressment, key issues for the Levellers. So the business of slavery is developing at this time. And Irish people have been enslaved, and people are being kidnapped and spirited to Barbados to work in the fields alongside captured, kidnapped African slaves. And this is the harsh world that is developing. Around the same time, Gerard Winstanley wrote in Light in Buckingham that man following his sensuality became an encloser, so that all the land fell into mercenary hands and all the rest were made slaves. Enclosure of the land and the commons and slavery linked together inextricably in the minds of many levellers at that time. And John Lilburne asked, the key question is, whose slaves shall the poor be at the end of this conflict? So these were the matters: democracy and freedom, opposition to slavery, and the domination of the land and the population by a small minority. After the execution of the king, what was the new government and oligarchy's response to this demand for democracy and an end to despotism? They proposed an imperialist colonial adventure in Ireland, which was immediately met with massive opposition in the new model army. John Harris, in Mercurius Militaris, said, this Irish design is intent to keep this nation in slavery. In another pamphlet, a soldier said, if they could get us into Ireland, once into Ireland, they have us sure enough. We shall either have our throats cut or famish and never get back across. And another, by what right do Englishmen deprive a people of the land God and nature had given them and impose laws without their consent? In truth, are the Irish not justified in all they have done to preserve and deliver themselves from the usurpations of the English? So these were the reasons for the mutinies starting in May that spread across much of Oxfordshire and finally ended in Burford. And the result being many of the mutinous regiments are disbanded and the rest, many are sent to Ireland. But levelling and the leveller movement is not completely dead, rumbled on. And after John Lilburne published the cry of the young men in September, it was published and distributed amongst members of the New Model Army, and particularly the garrison in Oxford, one of the most radical regiments in the army. And the people in the garrison immediately re-elected their agitator, John Radman, who'd been agitator with the regiment at Newmarket and Triplo Heath, and a key leveller. They confronted the officers. They wanted the old programme reimposed, the agitators re-elected, the Army Council recalled, the agreement of the people implemented by the Parliament. Of course, the officers disagreed. They were all taken prisoner, imprisoned in New College. The magazine, artillery and weapons were confiscated, and hundreds of troops went into mutiny. Of course, the authorities in the Parliament mobilised troops under Colonel Lambert, as Oliver Cromwell was in Ireland leading the expedition there by this time, and they marched towards Oxford. The mutiny was ended when Richard Inglesby, the garrison commander, returned to the town and with some of the officers overpowered the guard and John Radman, who made an escape, and the mutiny collapsed. Retribution was virtually immediate. 3 privates of the regiment were sentenced to death. One private, Hoyden, who was given clemency because he had sided with the officers. He had betrayed his comrades, and that is one of the key reasons why the mutiny collapsed when he did. 2 men, Roger Piggin, Private Roger Piggin, and Private Stephen Biggs, were sentenced to death and executed near Gloucester Green in Oxford on the 15th of September 1649, signalling the end of leveller power in the army and the leveller movement in the country at large, driven underground, still bubbling away in the form of ranters, diggers, Quakers, subsequently Muggletonians and Fifth Monarchists, all opposing the authoritarian repressive system now imposed, and the consequences: an imperialist, genocidal assault on Ireland and the Irish population. The Irish population suffered massacres, suffered famine, the bubonic plague erupted in Ireland, and William Petty, a scholar of this town, inventor of political arithmetic, modern economics, went with the expedition, was later commissioned to produce the Down Survey cadastral map of Ireland, which segmented it, ready for enclosure and distribution to the creditors who had loaned Parliament the money to conduct the war. The Irish population were expropriated, killed, massacred, and sent to the Caribbean as slaves en masse. William Petty estimated that 1,614,000 Irish people died as a result between 1649 and 1653. Truly a genocide. That would account to 60% of the Irish population. A massive attrition, which makes the potato famine look like a minor event in proportional terms. This was the effect on Ireland. This is why Cromwell is still hated. And then the intensification of colonialism in the Caribbean and the Americas, the intensification of the slave trade, mercantilism, capitalism, the production of a carceral state, and ultimately, as codified in the slave codes, to separate the poor whites from the poor blacks by 1660, the emergence of white supremacy as an ideology. This was the result of the defeat of the Leveller movement. But also, on the other side, we had the diaspora of radicals who had fought for a better world across the Atlantic, the Black Revolutionary Atlantic, the Green Atlantic, providing the impetus for the development of modern movements of resistance, from the Chartists through the Labour movement. Modern socialism, communism, and anarchism all have the Leveller movement as their ancestor. And now we have a charlatan cavalier in charge in this country, using the language of Levellers. The Levellers were a movement of democracy, of equality, of sharing the commons. The Cavaliers represented divine right, entitlement, elitism, selfishness, and autocracy. And we have a Cavalier in charge now who claims to be levelling while he introduces bills that will remove our right to protest. The Leveller movement was built on protest, which will remove our right to protest and resist, which will deny people the vote. This Cavalier can do no levelling. So, happy Levellers Day. The Levellers remain as topical as ever in this year where the world has been turned upside down.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask John to introduce the next section. I'm one of the hosts, so if you need anything, please do direct message myself or Tracy. John is going to introduce the next section, so I'll hand over to him. That hasn't worked, so it'll fall to me then to introduce the next couple of sections. Normally, when we have a physical Levellers Day, we have a very moving part of the day where we remember the Levellers, we think about the executions, what they went through in Burford. So this year we actually went and filmed that. So we have the Reverend Canon Mark Chapman, very, very moving speech, together with 4 posies. They're not extravagant wreaths or bouquets, they're 4 posies, including the lavender that was a particular mark of the Levellers, laid for the 3 revolutionary martyrs. And we also add a 4th one for Tony Benn, who was instrumental in so much of our struggle, but particularly in reviving Levellers Day as an annual event. Following that, we're going to have a clip of the Diggers' March on St George's Hill, introduced by David Chanter. And then John Hayward is, there's a speech from John about the Wellingborough Diggers and Gerard Winstanley. So the Levellers that we celebrate today were part of a movement that also included the Diggers and the Ranters all around that same time, fighting for much the same thing, some slightly more radical than others, but we will hear all about that in the next few clips. Thank you.
It's good to be back here in Burford, even if today we can't gather in person for our wonderful celebrations. So today we're remembering the witness of 3 revolutionaries who died in this churchyard for their refusal to obey orders. They stood against unbridled authority and an executive power which refused to be constrained by the will of the people. They lived in a world where lots of the old ideas had suddenly been challenged in what amounted to a revolution. The world of King Charles was a world where sovereignty and authority resided in the centre and were exercised by a monarch along with a modest number of gentry and churchmen who executed the royal will in Parliament. For the ruling class, the role of the people was one of obedience. The rulers could tell the people what they had to do, and even that they had to go to church that they then controlled. The so-called Puritans were usually not much better than the supporters of Charles. They too wanted the church to tell everybody what they should do, and they too shunned democracy. As one English reformer put it, the people were a many-headed monster who deserved no say in government. And that is why radical movements like the Levellers emerged. They were the revolutionaries of their time. They believed in freedom, even freedom of religion. At a time when virtually everybody would have described themselves as Christian, all this was utterly novel. Henry Ireton and many of the other parliamentarians who'd gone as far as killing the king still thought the civil powers had the duty to ensure religious uniformity and that proper faith was practiced. But the Levellers didn't. They wanted other solutions to the country's problems, and religion was to be a matter for people's consciences. They should be free to belong to and to practice whatever faith they wanted within the constraints of a system of rights which they had created. Naturally, at the time, they would have not have conceived of anybody not choosing Christianity, but the logic is inexorable. So the Levellers were part of a movement which sought to resist the unbridled use of power. And of course that's not without resonances for us as we see what unconstrained use of power by the executive can look like. To quote one of their early manifestos, power had to be taken away from all future governments to prevent both kingly or parliamentary tyranny. That message seems as relevant today as it was in 1649. The Levellers stood against status or wealth and for liberty, and they saw the need for equality. As Thomas Rainsborough famously said in the Putney debates, "The poorest he that is in England hath a right to live as the greatest he." The Levellers were true revolutionaries who stood for a radical reversal of values. Theirs was a vision which led them to subvert the politics of their world. So once again, we're in Burford to remind ourselves of the importance of that vision of freedom, of equality, of revolution. And we do so at a time when we're thinking about rebuilding our society after the pandemic. When we have a Prime Minister who extols greed and avarice, we have to offer an alternative based on equality and cooperation and freedom. And for that, we need to keep the Levellers' vision alive. We need to return to their vision of equality, justice and fairness, where all can share in the common good, and all can enjoy freedom of religion, and all can express their common humanity. And those seem such precarious values in our xenophobic and narrow-minded society, where the rich still get richer and the poor get poorer. The Levellers died for that vision, and their language was often biblical. Theirs was a vision inspired by the Hebrew prophets and by Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. And on that basis, they believed in equality and human dignity. They wanted annual parliaments, universal male suffrage, freedom of worship, and rights to land. And for those dreams, 3 ordinary soldiers were shot in this place. Of course, that vision seemed quite extraordinary, even outrageous at the time, and it threatened the stability of the state. But we've seen some of that vision become a reality. Their deaths were not in vain, and we remember them to ensure that their martyrs' blood remains an inspiration for us in our own struggle for justice. So let's remember them now. After I've read through the account of their martyrdom, we'll keep a minute's silence, after which I'll say a short prayer of dedication. The Levellers were inspired by a radical vision of a new world order shaped by Jesus Christ, and it's in their honour that I'll remember them in prayer. But there'll be many listening who do not share that part of their vision. And for those of you who don't believe, or for those who follow other paths, please use this time of quiet to rededicate yourselves to the dream of the Levellers and to the vision of the kingdom of peace and freedom in England's green and pleasant land. And as I say the prayer, please remember those brave men who perished in this place. So the martyrdom. Burford, 17th of May, 1649. This day, Cornet Thompson was brought into the churchyard, the place of execution. Death was a great terror to him, as unto most. Some say he had hopes of a pardon, and therefore delivered something reflecting upon the legality of his engagement, and the just hand of God upon him. But if he had, they failed him. Corporal Perkins was the next. The place of death and sight of his executioners was so far from altering his countenance or daunting his spirit that he seemed to smile upon both, and accounted a great mercy that he was to die for this quarrel, and casting his eyes up to his father, and afterwards to his fellow prisoners, who stood upon the church leads to see the execution, set his back against the wall, and bid the executioners shoot, and so died as gallantly as he had lived religiously. After him, Master John Church was brought to the stake. He was as much supported by God in this great agony as the latter. For after he had pulled off his doublet, he stretched out his arms and bid the soldiers do their duties, looking them in the face, till they gave fire upon him, without the least kind of fear or terror. Thus was death the end of his present joy, and beginning of his future eternal felicity. God of peace and freedom, as we remember the witness of the Leveller soldiers in this churchyard, let us pray that what they stood for will never be forgotten. Let us pray that as your Son Jesus Christ sided with the poor and the outcast, so we will never forget the common humanity of all those who live in this and every land. Let us pray that these revolutionary martyrs whom we remember today might yet play their part in the establishment of your peaceable kingdom here on this earth, where war will be no more, and where all people will live as sisters and brothers, inspired by your vision of justice, love, and freedom. This we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. Amen. In memory of Private Church.
In memory of Corporal Perkins, rest in peace.
In memory of Cornish Thompson.
And in memory of Tony Bone.
The march is about to start. Yeah. This is a good
But whether that's a permanent well, I presume it would, yeah. Well, that's great stuff. It's the beginning. So I think it's about there. Oh,
See? Ooh. Better than cars, you know. Trash the cars, you know. Reutilise the cars. So, who needs cars? We can have flowers. They're prettier.
In 1649, to St George's Hill, a ragged band they called the Diggers came to show the people's will. They defied the landlords, they defied the laws. They were the dispossessed, reclaiming what was theirs. We come in peace, they said, to dig and sow. We come to work the lands in common and to make the waste grounds grow. This earth divided, we will make whole. So it will be a common treasury for all. The sin of property we do disdain. No man has any right to buy and sell the earth for private gain. By theft and murder they took the land. Now everywhere the walls spring up at their command. They make the laws to chain us well. The clergy dazzle us with heaven, or they damn us into hell. We will not worship the God they serve, the God of greed who feeds the rich while poor men starve. We work, we eat together, we need no swords. We will not bow to the masters or pay rent to the lords. We are free men, though we are poor. You diggers all stand up for glory, stand up now.
As far as we know, this is the place that the diggers had their meetings. Just a couple of 100 yards over that way is where their settlements were.
From the men of property, the orders came. They sent the hired men and troopers to wipe out the diggers' claim, tear down their cottages, destroy their corn. They were dispersed, but still the vision lingers on. You poor take courage, You rich take care. This earth was made a common treasury for everyone to share. All things in common, all people one. We come in peace, we always hands up and down.
We come in peace, we come back.
The things that Gerard Winstanley and the Diggers stood for 350 years ago are still here and need to be fought 350 years later. Yeah. The issues which they highlighted and the issues they fought against, the enclosure, the taking over of everything, the turning into private property, that which belonged to all of us, it's going on as vigorously as ever before. We have that same legislative framework which tied up and tied down the Diggers in 1649. But this time we're on top. The Diggers came along towards the end of the great social movement. We're here at the beginning. And this time we can turn things round. And as Gerard Winstanley said, he's left it to the hearts of others to see his vision realised in this land. We're doing it.
If you have a look at your maps now, you'll see there's an Iron Age hill fort on there, which when the hill was originally developed back in about in the 1920s, the guy who developed it virtually ignored this hill fort and bulldozed large parts of it. The remaining rampart section was donated in the 50s to the local council with a public footpath that the council have totally neglected to let anyone know that there's public access to. Now, since we're all up here today, it would seem to me, and one of the things I know with footpaths is that unless people walk along those paths regularly, those footpaths can be extinguished. That since you've all got maps there, and if all of you can see whereabouts this footpath is, that those of you that have got a little bit of energy still and would like a wander, we go over there right now.
Talk to the owners because you are actually moving across private land. Stop from it.
Tend to go up to the pub. We're just going up to the.
Stop for a minute. I have no jurisdiction apart from I'm asking you just to stop for a minute, okay?
I'm sorry, we can't do that. We're going to the public. We're going to a public footpath.
The council will be keeping quiet.
It's quite legal. Oh, done.
With this, we've started.
I'll let Angel standing on.
Jungle, that's it. Tell me your videos now. Oh,
It's just that stall. When we were first coming up here, the stall in the churchyard. They go, what's he going to do on the hill then? It's like, well, I did see something.
Yeah, it's on the same line as one times.
We've got several dwellings and compost toilets and all that kind of stuff. We're staying.
okay. Right. Thank you very much. Do you want to smile?
And if you're happy.
Oh, I'm very happy here.
Come here. What's up?
Private property, mate.
Yeah, I'm doing all the fence, mate. Oh my god. Looks quite good, doesn't it? It's got to be one of you.
No. Your people we're talking about. I mean, we know there's a charge. It's just that we want to have a wander on. It's just that we want to have a walk on the land.
Party invites only, I think.
Is that right? Yeah. Sorry about that. So we're in legal occupation of this London. Knocked you with a taser. Yeah, but we reckon they're not let you in. So if you invite me, I can come on, can I? Yeah, well, you've got to be a bit on the same as these people, aren't you? You've got to be a bit nice. Freedom for everybody. Okay, can I come on the land? I'll wander around. Is that right? Nice, Mr. Nice Guy. You're saying definitely no, even though we're asking you, just definitely no. Definitely no. Do we have a big vote on that? There you go then. No. Vote. I'll go to work. So, before you do, why is there a problem with us coming on and having a look? What do you think we're going to do? It was just a response from this man here, basically. He started telling us he was going to bar us from the thing and not let us walk in the entrances. I'm not him, and I'm asking you nicely. Can I come on and have a look, please? We're good. Just go and refer. I'll go and ask the community. Okay. Well, it's funny you're after. You're wasting your time, guys. I haven't got a bean. Thank you. Why don't you do that, man? Let's go. I'll give you the guided tour. Hello. Is that right? Yeah. Are you suggesting I'm fat? No. No, we're just checking. Rules of the countryside, that is. The hinge end of the gate you go over. Oh. What's it all for? Thank you very much, folks. Have a lovely day. Anyway, why did the yellow? No, just because I've got to see what we're doing.
Be careful there, Jack, yeah?
As well as the occupation of St George's Hill near Cobham, Surrey, the other best documented digger, or new leveller, settlements were at Wigan and Wellingborough, Northamptonshire. It was at Wellingborough that Captain Thompson, who led the Banbury Mutiny, made his way after the Burford Levellers gathering, and where Cromwell's men eventually killed him. Paul Crofts, independent socialist and retired equalities officer at the University of Northampton, presents a very thorough history of the diggers movement, and in particular of the Wellingborough diggers community. Spare an hour learning about this most radical movement of the English Revolution, which many emulate today in diverse ways. Some quotes from Gerard Winstanley. "For freedom is the man that will turn the world upside down. Therefore no wonder he hath enemies. Was the earth made to preserve a few covetous, proud men, to live at ease, and for them to bag and barn up the treasures of the earth from others, that they may beg or starve in a fruitful land? Or was it made to preserve all her children? Words and writings were nothing, and must die, for action is the life of all, and if thou dost not act, thou dost do nothing." The following is a list of resources you might be interested in.
We are delighted to be invited to sing at Levellers Day. It's good to celebrate it again on Zoom, and we can all carry in our heads the hush of the Burford churchyard dedication, the singing as we march round the town, and the afternoon of music, so often on a gorgeous day in May, trees unfurling and the countryside looking its best.
I want to introduce our session by telling you about our own history of Levellers Day. Levellers Day was the inspiration for our birth as a choir. Now, we can none of us agree the date exactly, but it was in the early 2000s. Liz Hodgson told us how when she watched the silent procession, she felt it was a missed opportunity. So she set up a course in Oxford called Songs That Changed the World to fill the gap. The one-off course became a regular choir, and we've been singing at peace and justice events, demonstrations and marches around Oxfordshire and wider for about 20 years. Being passionate about socialism, equality and peace has been a constant motivator for all of us over the years.
At Levellers Day, we have always been singing
on the march, in the top fields, in the church, churchyard or Warwick Hall and Gardens. It's not just the sea green colour of our banner, waistcoats and name that comes from the event. We have a shared history, and it feels like we are not merely another act. We're going to sing 3 songs for you today.
The Levellers Day song, written by one of our members, Jane Alexander, tells the story of how a group of the Levellers, on the run from Cromwell's army, were captured and locked in Burford Church. 3 of the ringleaders were shot. The song celebrates what the Levellers did during the English Revolution for equality and justice for all.
We fought for a world where all people could be free. We fought in the Civil War to end the power of the monarchy, seeking justice for all we shore. As the war went on, the rules seemed to change. The general's words were lies. We shall not give up the fight. One vote apiece our cry, one vote apiece our cry. Together we marched as strong as the sea. Sea green was the colour of our standard. We did not take part in that Irish killing spree. We strode towards Oxford. We stopped for to rest. That's where we were caught out. Took refuge in the church at Burford. We shall not give up the fight. We shall not give up the fight. Then Fairfax shot us dead. He shot 3 Levellers dead. We were known as the Levellers, a name for which we're proud. I believe that we are all equal. The Levellers we were then and the Levellers we are now. We work for the good of all. We speak against injustice for those who have no voice. We'll stand in the situation. We shall not give up the fight. We shall not give up the fight. The struggle carries on. The Levellers carry on.
The diggers tried to turn the world upside down because they saw the land as a common treasury for all, not just for the few. They were a peaceful movement of mass civil disobedience. They defied the laws and believed that no one has the right to buy or sell the earth for private gain. And now, as the title of this Levellers Day reminds us, we need to turn the world upside down once again.
In 1649, to St George's Hill, a ragged band we call the Diggers came to show the people's will. They defied the land laws, they defied the laws. They were the dispossessed, reclaiming what was theirs. We come in peace, they said, to dig and sow. We come to work the land in common and to make the waste ground grow. This earth divided, we will recall. So it will be a common treasury for all. The sin of property we do disdain. No one has any right to buy or sell the earth for private gain. By theft and murder, they took the land. Now everywhere the walls spring up at their command. They make the laws to train us well. The clergy dazzle us with heaven, or they damn us into hell. We will not worship work we need together, we need no swords. We will not bow to the masters or pay rent unto the lords till we are free, though we are poor. You diggers all stand up for glory, stand up now. From the men of property, the orders came. They sent the highwaymen and troopers to wipe out the diggers' claim, tear down their cottages, destroy their corn. They were dispersed, but still the vision lingers on. You poor take courage, you rich take care. This earth was made a common treasury for everyone to share. All things in common, all people one. We come in peace, the order came to cut them down. They were dispersed, but still the vision lingers on.
We're Standing Here, written by Dave Ramsden, arranged by Helen Yeomans. The modern movement, Extinction Rebellion, echoes some of the ideals of the diggers. It too tries to turn our world upside down using civil disobedience. It too sees the earth as a common treasury for all. It demands a citizens' assembly, recognizing that our current political system is incapable of making the hard decisions necessary to deal with the emergency our planet faces. We have to restore the land and the sea as a common treasury and create a new system. We have a new verse for the song, which expresses our gratitude for all those who have stood firm for justice and equality for all people, since the days of the levellers and diggers, and calls for their memories to live on.
We're standing here, for this is an emergency. We're standing here for all that we hold dear. We're standing here for beauty and diversity. And we're standing in the love that binds us all. And we demand our government must tell the truth. And they must act as if the truth is real. And we demand a citizens' assembly to urgently create a Green New Deal. We're rising up, we stand here in rebellion, and we declare that ecocide's a crime. In love and rage and peaceful disobedience, the signs are clear, we're running out of time. We're standing here, for this is an emergency. We're standing here for all that we hold dear. We're standing here for beauty and diversity. And we're standing in the love that binds us all. And we demand our government must tell the truth. And they must act as if the truth is real. And we demand a citizens' assembly to urgently create a Green New Deal. We're rising up, we stand here in rebellion, and we declare that ecocide's a crime. In love and rage and peaceful disobedience, the signs are clear, we're running out of time. We're standing here because of of those who've gone before. We're standing here on the shoulders of strong folk. We're standing here, we owe a debt of gratitude, for without their fights we live a different life.
Wonderful music. Thank you to the Sea Green Singers. We now have a film made by the Community Craft Collective and two sisters particularly from Brighton. And we have Lily with us here today, which is absolutely wonderful. Thank you for joining us. This feeds on really from the Diggers film. All our messages today, whether they're from the 1640s or up to the present day, there is a thread running through those. So we're going to look at a film about resisting anti-trespass. One of our current struggles, of course, is to oppose the Police Crime and Sentencing Bill in its entirety. We don't want an amended or modified bill. It's all toxic, and we have to fight to kill the bill in its entirety. And for me, it's part of the same shameful thread that runs through domestic British history, with key events including the Peasants' Revolt, the betrayal and execution of Leveller leaders, of course, the crushing of the Luddite protests, the Peterloo massacre, the Swing riots, transportation of the Tolpuddle martyrs, and then more recently, of course, Orgreave, the Battle of the Beanfield, the aftermath of Hillsborough. This is the undisguised power of the state, unleashed against us, the many, again and again and again. It's the naked face of state violence when the mask slips, or when the establishment decides it's powerful enough to take off the mask and show the full ugliness of what lies underneath. We must never forget how the few seek to control us through the machinery they set up to keep us in our place. No. This wonderful piece of documentary film we're about to see explains the wide variety of freedoms at stake if we don't kill the bill. And many thanks to Lily again for being with us here today.
Hi, my name's Lily and I come from a New Age traveller background. I grew up in Devon where being out in nature really shaped me as a person and continues to. I want to talk to you about the anti-trespass laws that the government are trying to bring in and share with you some stories from some people that are really dear to me. The government is pushing through a bill affecting wild campers, ramblers, the traveller community, peaceful protest sites and basically anyone who enjoys nature and the English countryside. They're trying to make trespass punishable by arrest, fines, vehicle seizure and imprisonment. My friend Claire and myself met while living at a traveller's site type setup in Brighton. This is going to be a learning experience for us both, to explore our roots of it and to understand better how this bill will affect all types of people living in England. I'm going to go and befriend the Levellers today. They've been my idols since I was 6 years old.
took our name from the original Levellers, which were a party in Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army. They were the 4 regiments of horse that would go ahead of the army, and they would go into the villages in front of the parliamentary army and stir people up to fight against the king, basically. And they were all about access to land and freedom. At the time the band started, Mark, our singer, was reading a book on the Levellers. And he would, and when we were looking for our band name, he would just be talking about it all the time and how relevant it was to the times then with Thatcher's Britain and everything that we were living in. And it just seemed to strike a chord, and we were just like, oh, that'd be a good band name,
You were a traveller.
Yeah.
What's been your experience of trespass in the past? And like police response and stuff?
Well, in my day, the police response was quite heavy-handed because it was just coming into the Criminal Justice Act. I actually spent most of my time in more urban kind of environments, like in gasworks and oil places and old post office land and stuff like that. Old industrial land, basically, that we could just with a pair of bolt croppers get into. We didn't really want to trespass on people's land if they didn't really want us there. We would try and find out of the way places that we could just kind of blend into the scenery. It was so like it was all going back to like 20 years ago as well, with this criminal justice thing, which was supposed to do the same thing as well, except it wasn't quite as draconian, actually, because you were still allowed a gathering of 6 vehicles, and even the police hated it though. The law got in, it was really almost impossible to police.
Claire and myself wanted to learn more about the science behind connection to nature and why it's so important for us. We went to speak to Jess Bailey, who runs the Centre for Ecotherapy at Stanmere Park in Brighton and who is a New Age traveller herself.
So there's a theory called psychoevolutionary stress reduction theory. And it's basically that time in nature brings your heart rate down, changes your blood pressure, your body hormonally and chemically changes when it's in nature. It's real. And there was a research project done called View from a Window. There were 3 types of view from a window. There was an urban view, a semi-urban view, and a rural, a natural view. Evidence found that in a prison situation, when they were looking out on a fully nature view, the incidence of violence went down. There was, much less aggravation in the prison situation. In a hospital situation, patients recovered quicker and was discharged earlier when looking out on a natural view. And in an educational situation, so university students were better able to focus and were better able to maintain their focus and concentration much longer when looking out on a natural view.
That speaks volumes.
It speaks volumes, you're absolutely right. We are natural creatures. We need our connection to the earth physically, emotionally, chemically, hormonally. We need it. We need to be able to look long distance. We need to be able to see the gradations of colour. We need to look at the changing seasons and understand what that does to us internally.
So what's been your personal experience with connecting to nature, and how has that helped you in your life?
Early on in my life, at the end of my university years, I had a breakdown, quite a severe breakdown. I took off with a tent and a rucksack and went to Ireland and hitched and camped and just sort of immersed myself in wilderness. And I managed to sort of piece myself back together. And from that, I discovered life on the road, actually. I discovered people living in vehicles in the west of Ireland. And for me, that was just eye-opening. We need to be able to access nature, make a connection, a real connection to our natural environment.
With these laws that they're sort of proposing to criminalise trespass, what are your thoughts about how that will affect our relationship with with the countryside.
You find, there's a lot of people who are sort of intimidated by land ownership, by fences, by sort of signs saying no access. I mean, these laws are just going to give landowners, even more grace to carve off their massive amounts of land. Why shouldn't we roam freely across this land? Do it with respect, but do it, with the knowledge that actually it's our birthright. It's our land. It is our land. Laws are built to protect the property owners.
Yeah.
And since the Enclosures Acts in the 1700s, it has been a steady reduction of availability of land to ordinary people. This bill that affects gypsies and Romanies and travellers is just, for me, appalling, because you cannot be a traveller without a place to stop. I'm very worried. I myself am a traveller. I went on the road in 1995. My children were both born on the road, one in a caravan, one in a bus. They are now very balanced, independent young men. They have a right to continue their way of life that they were born to.
It's like this image is created in the sort of public eye, I guess, through mass media of it homes in on like the one or two stories of like bad behaviour or whatever, and it's completely...
Like there isn't bad behaviour from the settled community.
Meeting Jess really affirmed to us that the bill the government is proposing must be stopped. Restricting access to land across the UK will have devastating effects on every community who chooses a life more centred around being immersed in the countryside. I'm going to go and see my friend Ben today, who lives on a boat in Hackney, to find out a little bit more about how this bill is going to affect people living on waterways and access to waterways in England. I'm going to take him a sunflower.
If I could choose the life I please, then I would be a boatman on the canals and the rivers free, no hasty words are spoken.
I don't know, I've been on the river about maybe 3 years, and it's got noticeably busier in that time, and harder to moor. And already there are a lot of people on the waterways in London, and actually we're trying to find ways of creating more space, whether it's like opening up the Olympic Park, which was meant to be opened up many years ago, but private interests have prevented that from happening, or just putting more mooring rings in locations that are out of people's way. There's meant to be a strategy to actually do this, but in reality what we're seeing is that the Canal River Trust are just not acting on it. So what they've come with this year is basically to remove mooring space, and they want to be doing is selling off more like parts of the waterways to commercial developments, and like putting in permanent moorings for the right kind of boater. Yeah, amazingly, like so many of the waterways are privately owned, and that's never really been a problem before. But then, when you turn trespass into a criminal matter rather than civil matter, all of a sudden you don't even need the landowners or the people who own the rivers to really necessarily care about it. It gives the police a lot more jurisdiction than they've had before, and we all know what happens when the police get given powers. They all, like history tells us, and it's quite well evidenced from recent changes in the law, that actually the police will take as much as they possibly can and interpret things, even that weren't intended by Parliament to be in their favour. Now, I suspect in this case, when it comes to the police and crime bill, actually Parliament, or more specifically Priti Patel and the Home Office, are actually intending to leave so much space for the police to interpret the bill as they want. I mean, I can't, in my lifetime, I don't think there's been something quite, maybe criminal justice bill in the 80s, but there's not been something quite as all-encompassing, a threat to protest, to travelling communities, to the ramblers, to people on the waterways. We'll be in the situation where there's a reduced mooring space. The rest of the space on the river, while it might exist, will be considered trespass. And then rather than it being a civil matter that might take weeks to deal with, all of a sudden the police have power to essentially come down and remove us from our home. Now, I don't know what that looks like, whether it seize the boat or just like untie the ropes and push you off. I don't know, but all of a sudden we're tied up in this kind of, in the criminal legal system. The police have almost immediate powers to get rid of people, to force people on, but I'm not really sure where people are meant to go. You have to float somewhere.
My only law is the river breeze that takes me to the open seas. If I could choose the life I please, then I would be a full man.
At one stage or another, both my parents have lived in vehicles or caravans. My dad living on many travellers' sites in Kent and Devon when I was young.
But I haven't got an option, really. So if it's not this, it's going to be something else, which is always going to be outside of the law. Not because I'm trying to be outside of the law, but because I don't like the alternative of the house thing. So if it's not this, it's going to be boat or caravan or truck, and then it's going to be always going to be outside the law.
Hi. We're interviewing ourselves. We met at Court Farm House. Is a housing cooperative stroke traveller site,
Which is now just an empty piece of land.
So yeah, they wanted to redevelop the site, which is quite often what happens with these kinds of setups. How long ago was that?
4 years ago. Jesus.
Often what happens is they don't actually do anything. They ask everyone to leave, and then it's just flat or empty, derelict for years and years and years. But yeah, essentially it was this like idyllic little. Well, it wasn't little. It was like what 2 acres of land, and it's just it's just beautiful. You know, there was enough space to just be. From like a personal point of view, I just think like I moved in a couple of months ago, and it just felt quite overwhelmed in a good way, sort of all these sort of different stories that I was picking up from housemates and sort of meeting Colin.
And that's what we saw in this place, wasn't it? There was the house, but it was the space, and we were like, okay, so we could, chuck it up basically. Yeah. And that's how we felt we could afford it as well, wasn't it? Because it's like, there we were, like some of us living in places like Mary, and we didn't want to move out of the truck. We didn't want to move into a house, so we were just like, cha-ching, penny drop. Well, if we rented, then at least then they can't shove us along, and it's
stability, basically. Yeah. The core of it was mainly we'd all come from traveller sites and loving that way of living and the freedom of living like that, but actually going, having the kids and going, I want to know who my neighbours are. I don't want to be kicked out at 1 o'clock in the morning by loads of burly ass men coming round and banging on my door, and do you know what I mean? The insecurity of that was too much, and we didn't want to, I think for me anyway, certainly carry on doing it. I'd kind of had enough of it really, and then this place came up.
Our friend Ophelie has recently been working in Moria refugee camp in Greece, and we're really interested in taking this discussion even wider, talking about restricting movement across Europe.
Hi guys, my name is Ophelie, and I'm an activist / journalist, and I work. I support Black asylum seekers and Black refugees. Yeah, so my main thing is to amplify the voices of Black communities within Greece, Black refugees communities within Greece, but also to bear witness to their situation. Yeah, so we met at the Yellow Days Festival in 2019. When we met, for me, it was like a revelation. It showed me and made me understand the importance of bringing community together in order to help the more vulnerable amongst us. It was all about bringing different communities together, like local communities with artists from everywhere, mostly from the UK, and refugees all together.
It's like exchanging like all our shared experiences of like how to like play and have fun and healing when we're all playing together. It's like
you relax, like barriers come down,
Yeah, I like that thing you said. Like it was like everybody was kind of like showing everybody how to have fun, and like, how do you have fun? This is how I have fun, and then we were just like all having fun together.
At the moment, it's a civil matter, so there's already like rules around trespass, but it's like it's dealt with from person to person. Whereas what they want to do now is give the police more power to arrest, to imprison, to seize if people are in their vehicles, like living in them, like to take away.
What's so fucked up, because it will technically allow, like, because the majority of people owning land in the UK are white men, white people, and so it would mean that you have that white dominance over people, like over movements of people, like, it's just gonna be very fucked up. It's kind of like, it's like white supremacy being supported, through like criminalizing everybody who is trespassing, because 92% of the land, that's a lot in the whole of the UK. And if all of that is owned by like white rich man, then what does that mean? Bigger scale, you have the same thing happening in terms of like European borders and like people going from one place to another, like refugees fleeing their countries because of like persecution, fleeing war, war, persecution, conflict, torture. And then even within the UK now, we're gonna have like laws that are protecting us from just like going to nature. So not only we're like taking away, it's just all about control, really.
Exactly.
On the bigger scale, you have what's happening in Europe with refugees, and then you have what's gonna happen in the UK with like trespassing, and just like you British people being able to go from one place to another. It's the same issue.
Live the life I please, then I will be a free man. And when I live the life I please, then I will be a free man.
Hi, my name's Nick. I am 32. I work for a holiday company. I manage a team of people, help people make their bookings for holidays and stuff. I'm originally from North London, but I now live in Dover and Kent. I do have a podcast. It's called Hip Hop Choices Podcast. It's on Spotify. So I never really had any kind of, like growing up, any kind of trespass like experience really. My mum and my dad were very strict and wanted us to get educated and be, it was hard. I think a couple of years before I was born, obviously Stephen Lawrence was murdered.
It's almost like my stories of trespass as a kid is already, actually I can see it's almost like I had, like, even that was a privilege.
Yeah. I think it was more like, it was like an understanding, like, from a very young age that you were going to be seen differently, and then you needed to be better, do better. And I remember my dad having a conversation with me about always stand up tall, always look people in their eye, make sure you are, up to, like, because you're going to have to do better than everyone else to get somewhere. And like, maybe like, I didn't have that experience with trespass because it was like, right, if you are caught found trespassing, you're going to be treated differently to other people.
You're going to get more shit.
Yeah, more shit. Where do these people go if you start criminalising sleeping in your van, sleeping in your car, living on a boat, people that, just live outdoors or want to live that lifestyle? Where do these people go? There is already a shortage in housing. House prices are getting more and more expensive. If you look like, people are charging ridiculous monies for rent and ridiculous monies for housing to get, even a step on the ladder. I think it's more about allowing these people to live their life within the society without making them feel like they are doing something wrong by not wanting to, have a house, live in a stable location. It's just not for some people.
My name's Claire and I live in Brighton. I'm 32 years old, I'm an artist and I work at a local recycling centre. Yeah, protesting and trespassing has been part of my culture for as long as I can remember, really. If it wasn't for sort of being introduced to more kind of like radical characters, I guess, I might not have, been as comfortable with myself as I am today. And I think as someone who identifies as queer and growing up in like a particularly homophobic part of the UK, like everywhere was, sort of, 10, 20 years ago, I might not have, felt like as strong in having the opportunities to develop and explore myself as I have been able to since connecting to, these kinds of people that I've met through protest and through trespass. As somebody who's been adopted, I've got like many members of family. I take these conversations back to Southampton with me, and through that I discovered that my mum, who raised me, actually had a connection to the fairground showmen, travellers, and that I found very interesting because it was a story that I hadn't really remembered being told sort of growing up. I'm used to being surrounded by the culture that I'm in, which is very liberal, quite bohemian. The flip side of that, from being raised with a very traditional, working class British family, who have very different views. So I'm just sort of exploring those opinions, really.
My dad and his two brothers had 5 allotments. So it fed a house full of 7, then it fed my uncle's house, which he had 5. And the other brother, it fed him, his wife, and 2 more children. So it fed a lot of people, those 5 allotments. Yeah.
So what were you saying about the veggie patches? You told me a little story about your dad and uncle would chop the back of they made a big allotment and they'd done a sneaky one and chopped the back bit onto private land so they had more room.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they did do that. Yeah. But no one ever said anything. Yeah. So things were different. Things are different.
Have you ever trespassed to your awareness?
Oh, yeah. We used to climb over the fence at the convent and steal the apples.
Yeah.
And if you got caught, you got took into these little rooms.
Yeah.
Where you had cod liver oil, castor oil it was called, and they used to make you have a big spoonful of it. And it was horrible.
Wow.
And you had to say so many Hail Marys and the Lord Prayer and things like that.
Wow.
That's what, if you got caught. But if you could run like I could, I didn't get caught. Auntie Julie did, though. And then someone would say, he's coming, and we'd all run. All I know is Dad would go mad if anybody come in our side gate and walk round our garden.
Yeah.
My granddad was came from fairground people, but he had to leave the fairground if he wanted to marry my nan. In some respects, the fairground people were lower than people that lived in houses and stayed put and went to work that way. So he did, he gave up the fairground and married my nan and ended up in the docks working. I don't think anyone should sleep in the vehicle, really,
comes from.
Because where's the toilet? Where's the bathroom? It's not very hygienic, is it, really? We're stable in a house, so we pay our taxes, we pay our rates and everything. Why should someone else living in a caravan on the side of the road or on a field or something not be paying those things?
You have people who are, making absolutely millions by dodging taxes, who are earning outrageous amounts of money. And then what happens is you get all us small people pointing fingers at each other going, well, they're not doing that, because you can see it more, do you know what I mean?
If everyone's started along the lines of, oh, I'm not going to pay my taxes, I'm not going to pay,
national insurance, there is not going to be the funds and the money to support everybody else.
Yeah, Mum described you as a wide boy.
A what?
You know what that is?
Well, no.
On the wide side of the law or something.
Yeah, definitely.
She said Chris is a wide boy.
I'm Chris Heath. I'm 40. I'm a builder. I've been a bricklayer, electrician, and now I'm a site manager.
How important do you think it is to take regular trips to nature?
It's hard to do nowadays. Life's busy. So getting that time to go out and to nature is a bit few and far between, really. You're always working and that's really find time to do it. We used to live near a forest, near a woods. So we was out and about all the time, me and my brother. We was out in the woods playing, making rope swings over the water and dens and whatever else you do. We was always in the woods, always out and about. Mum and Dad could never get us in. I suppose we used to get threatened with being grounded, and nowadays you've got to threaten the kids with going outside because they're all electronical and all on their phones and their computers, and they want to sit indoors being boring.
Have you ever trespassed, and what memories do you...
You're trying to incriminate me now. I think everyone trespasses somewhere in their life. I mean, we've all done that. Out playing, we've gone over farmers' lands and stuff like this. And
do you think that new laws proposing to criminalise trespassing is necessary?
I suppose if you're trespassing on someone's land and they own that land and they've worked for that land and it's theirs and it's their property, then I think you should have laws that stops people going onto it because it's their land. I don't agree that you should just be able to set up shop in someone else's back garden without their permission.
Did you know that Mum's granddad used to be fairground lot?
No.
Her granddad was a fairground showman.
So they used to set up shop in other people's houses.
Yeah.
Again, there's places that are designated so you can have the right to roam. So it's having the right to roam in places that you're entitled to roam. You can't just go into someone's land.
My name is Philip Heath. I was born in 1952. I'm a retired electrician, always lived in Southampton.
How important do you think it is to take regular trips to nature?
For some people, more important than others. I've always been lucky enough to live in a property that's had a garden. Some of my memories as a young boy, to me, are the best. With a group of friends, we could spend all day in the woods, obviously getting up to mischief, but building dams, small ponds, camps in the wood, tree houses, but we had great fun. We'd spend all day in the woods. Meal times was unimportant.
Do you think we have access to enough land in England, considering over 90% is owned privately?
I think there's plenty of land to be walked or to be looked at. Obviously, you probably need transport to get there. As a young boy, I grew up in a prefab. I had a large garden where my dad grew many veggies, many. Potatoes, parsnips, tomatoes, anything we could eat. And I've got a little memory of this prefab of when my dad used to mound up between the potatoes, you used to get a pile of earth. And the prefabs were not very tall, little single story building. I would climb on the roof and jump off into the soft dirt. And also dig huge holes. I was pretty good at digging holes in the dirt. And strawberries as well. We used to scrump in the fields by crawling through the furrows. Used to get plenty of vitamins in our younger days. Yeah, but there was more fields around. Now they're housing estates on them. I don't think you'd ever be arrested on the spot and imprisoned. You might be arrested, but you still have to go for trial. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, most people can read, and where it clearly says trespassing, you will be prosecuted.
I'm Kerry, I'm 38, and I was born in Southampton. Obviously, when I grew up, we'd be out climbing trees, being in, rivers, dirty rivers and things. And now kids don't want to do it, do they? They stay indoors on their phones, computers, laptops. Mum and Dad would always grow things in their back garden, and we ate whatever we grew. But then we would get potatoes out the ground, make homemade chips, and have chip butties and things.
Do you have memories of trespassing as a kid?
Yeah, abandoned buildings and things.
Yeah.
I remember going into an abandoned building up by our school. We used to hang out in the garages and like make bonfires. We never trash it. It's just a place to hang out. Police come, and we like legged it.
I just wondered what your opinions of whether you think that the police need more power than they already have.
No, they don't need more power. They've got enough power as it is. Because growing up, camping, going to parks, beaches, things like that, you know, that is part of growing up. Just going outdoors, it's exercise. You get in the sun, aren't you? So I do think it's important that we can still do these things.
After viewing the footage and interviewing a variety of people that are dear to us both, yeah, I guess this is our opportunity to reflect, and I can really place myself more in this sort of political debate. And I can see that mine and my family's stories of trespassing, as though it's like a sort of coming of age. I can see how that's different to how other people have experienced trespass, and that in itself, I've realised actually it's been quite a privilege really to sort of be able to have those memories. Different other people have experienced sort of like police brutality and police control.
I put that down to like access to nature being a privilege and something that like I hadn't considered before we made this documentary.
And even then I felt like I hadn't fully, exploited that right work ethic, which it seems quite prevalent in kind of, British working class, seems to be actually quite sort of damaging and disconnecting. Like this disconnect from nature and not having time and being too busy. And I hope that like what we've done is inspire other people to have like difficult and awkward conversations with their immediate circles and people that might not have the same views of them. That's, I think, when learning happens, through exchanging these stories with each other. We can begin to understand like where we are in society, to be able to be compassionate and understanding of how other people experience life. And we've all got to be on this island together. We should be aiming to a more inclusive society which is environmentally aware and we respect each other. We've got the opportunity to co-create something beautiful, and and I think that's the way that we should be going.
What we have to do is claim back the land, as much of it as possible. Councils have a duty to provide allotments for people. That is 6 different families from a borough. If they ask for an allotment, the councils have a duty to provide that land, which is really important. Satish Kumar, he talks about how cities could have big allotments around them where people could go and grow vegetables, keeping our carbon footprint down, being able to experience growing and being out in the countryside and being with the earth. And I think it's really important that we positively resist these moves that the government are making.
After hearing your family talk about kind of their experiences in nature being like they're like some of their best memories, some of their fondest memories, and then kind of me and you discussing how like our like profound memories in nature have been in our adult years. I thought that was really interesting. Hearing your family speak about like their kids and their kids like not really wanting to immerse themselves in natural spaces. It's just really interesting because me and you are like really passionate about this, and we're kind of having these discussions all the time when actually like maybe the younger generations don't really care about having that access to nature. It's difficult to tell really, but I feel like there is a very broad misunderstanding of the travel community in the UK, and a misunderstanding of the tax system that goes with that, in that people think travellers don't kind of pay their way, or like Jess said, there's people that are disrespectful to
you know, the system and the environment in all communities. If anything, like my experience and your experience of the traveller community has been like really positive, and it's been filled with people that really care about nature, really care about looking after the environment, and are really kind to other people. But that's kind of it really, what I wrote down, but it's obviously very, very complex, and the more me and Claire have kind of been talking about this and discussing this, like the more layers we found and the more complex we found it, because this is just one element of the bill. You know, when you're like so tired and so infuriated.
I've been feeling that one today. I think that'll have to do.
I've got the winter blues, she says, as she buries her hand in mine. Feet crunch through garden frost. She's sad, but she's singing, so I choose to take that as a sign. These days, when I look out the window of 4 walls, it doesn't feel like a barricade. Knitted together, these blue sky dreams grew flowers in the window and turned this party into a parade, I say. When she feels numb with uncertainty about tomorrow, to plant rose-coloured things in the depths of the wilderness that both she and the darkness can borrow. That the winter is teaching us every day to send our roots down deeper within, curled in quiet unity in our earthing before our birthing can begin. That her ascension will bear fruit for her small kingdom to witness. Earth damp cocoon as limbs stretch awakens, and her sap becomes its richness. Out in the meadows there are songs, with forgotten names and melodies, but they long to fold you back into the stories of the earth. And once upon a time the river met the sea, and their salty tears would mingle, calling in lost harmony. A spell for the forgotten wisdom of dust. And our grandmothers tried to teach us, each seedling has its service, while seasons furnish fertile land with the buried treasure of purpose. And just like they told us, these foraged fruits could aid our evolution and rebirth. The magic of their medicine has always been hidden within the earth. But for this gentle science, we have been hunted like yarrow grown by gravesides. We lay in darkness while our stories were deconstructed. Our freedom feared by man's cold hand. What profit can be spun from a harvest so abundant? But clear as obsidian, earth's dark secrets are calling through to remind us of the comfort of community and the sweetness of solitude. From them we learn about resting and growing, when to bloom or let things go, when to unfold ourselves like origami creatures, to go to seed to fly, and when to lie fallow. They teach us to embrace impermanence and when to anchor to the land, rendered more beautiful by the line dance between strength and fragility across time's shifting sands. Maybe crowning trees know our evolution is like them, to rise by lifting all. Their dream for us is to shine in the sharing, and that the kernel of your wildest truth will break open in deep soil.
I'm out of breath.
Okay.
Right.
I just snotted everywhere. So you want some grommet socks? They're just like fully in shot.
God damn it. Why are you changing all these laws all the time? Shouldn't be touching the sacred fire from last time.
Oh god.
No, I'm gonna get fucking funded on.
Well, thank you so much. That was really uplifting. I've put the details of Community Craft Collective in the chat. Lily is with us here today. Thank you so much for joining us. We're now going to go into the first of our breaks. At our physical events, there are, as many of you will remember, lots of stallholders, fantastic books, pamphlets, badges, gifts, all sorts of wonderful merchandise, which we can't enjoy in the same way today. So we've put together some film to share their messages with you. That will be on a loop. We're going to have 3 breaks. This first one is a little bit longer so that people can go off and have lunch, 35 minutes, but do stick around to watch the stallholders adverts. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock to introduce our next sessions on the international brigades. So see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
I just have to ask, will this government ever stop taking our hard-won liberties away? I'm John Hayward, one of the group organising this year's Levellers Day by Zoom, and one of my tasks was to contact over 20 organisations which normally attend, well, most of whom normally attend the live Levellers events in Burford. And we invited them to make 2 or 3 minute videos to promote their organisations. And so here they are, those that responded positively to us. And again, many thanks for their contributions to today's events. And as Cathy said, we'll be reconvening at 1 o'clock with Tracy introducing various events related to the International Brigaders.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Yeah, babe. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Yeah, babe. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Yeah, babe. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Yeah, babe.
Women have rights to be who they wanna be. They don't need a booth, they just wanna be set free. Yeah, yeah. Women on a game to be tossed around. They just want a space to sing out loud. I have a voice as a woman. I need a safer place to express myself. I need freedom in society to do this. Don't leave me on the edge. Don't make me look small. Just give me light in this universe to do it.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hit me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hit me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hit me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hit me.
1,000 voices and you can't drown them out. Hear me now, a place to call home for the girls alone. A place that keeps me and gives me hope. Hear me out, a space that I need to be knocked down. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. Need a space to let go, a space we all know, a space to call home. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. We need a space to let go, a space we all
A little support could help us climb mountains in society. So much can be born in a home of equality and hope. Without a space and a home, these words would never reach your ears. You would never know me, know us.
We're visiting Chancellors today because they, like a lot of other letting agents in Oxford, are illegally discriminating against tenants who are in receipt of housing benefits.
It doesn't matter if you have a spotless record as a tenant. If you are in receipt of benefits, these agencies will still put you at the bottom of their list at the request of landlords.
Chancellors are just the tip of the iceberg. Letting agents across the city and private landlords practice the same discreet discrimination every day, and they would rather see people sleep on the streets than in one of their readily available rooms. This is illegal and unfair and denies people the right to shelter and a place to live.
Happy Levellers Day. My name's Nathan and I'm an organiser with the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch. We at the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch celebrate the local traditions. We celebrate the radical traditions of this area. And we as a party trace our own roots through to the radical democratic movements of the English Civil War, like the Levellers and the Diggers. The Levellers, of course, who we're commemorating today, were executed after demanding democratic rights, better pay, and for refusing to be sent to fight the Irish people. Through the history of our own party, many have taken the same steps as those of the Burford mutineers. Communists organised mutinies after the Second World War against the continual presence of British troops in Malaya and in other colonies, and against fighting the people who they had fought alongside against the Japanese, the Nazis, and the Axis forces. Of course, communists as well have also taken the proud steps of going off to fight against fascism and oppression the world over, whether it be the International Brigadiers in Spain during the Spanish Civil War, or those who more recently went off to fight against ISIS as part of the Bob Crow Battalion with the YPG. The demands, though, of those in the Burford Mutiny crop up all too often, even to this day. Civil, political, and workplace rights. We saw similar democratic and economic demands across the European democratic revolutions of the 1700s and 1800s, over at the Paris Commune, to even Lenin's peace, bread, and land in the Russian Revolution. But we're seeing it rising all the more here in Britain, with a government passing through a bill that will ensure that the security services can do whatever they want, whether that be killing or torturing, or breaking the law without prejudice. We've got a compliant and client media that will ignore the deaths of 120,000 people to rage about wallpaper and the former Labour leader. As a party, we believe that those demands put forward in the Burford Mutiny still stand today. We believe that working people should be paid a fair wage. We believe, as the Levellers did, in the natural equality of workers against a ruling class of exploiters. We see and support the struggle of those fighting for better rights, terms, and conditions, whether that be the McStrikers, the Black Lives Matter movement, or those fighting to kill the bill. The Communist Party supports you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for asking me to say a few words on behalf of OAID, the Oxford-based campaign against immigration detention. Some of you might remember our previous incarnation, the campaign to close Campsfield, which had stalls at Levellers Day over many years. Campsfield House was the former immigration detention centre just outside Oxford. It was a particularly unpleasant place, as many of you will know, and it was also a site of resistance, both inside and outside. It was there for 25 years, and the campaign organised a demonstration every month, and those who were there will never forget standing outside, hearing people chanting freedom, joining in with that chanting. If nothing else, we knew we were there to bear witness and to share as far as we could, and the awful experience of those inside, and to let them know that they weren't alone. Now, Campsfield closed in 2018, but we knew that the fight wasn't over for the many detainees who were being transferred elsewhere, and we thought, no, our fight won't be over either until all these places are closed. So we have continued. We campaign against detention, against deportation, against state-sponsored destitution, and the myriad abuses that affect people simply on account of their immigration status. We believe that all people who are resident in this country deserve basic human rights. That really shouldn't be such a controversial or radical statement, should it? Unfortunately, the campaign is badly needed now more than ever. This government has learned nothing from the Windrush scandal. If anything, they've learned that they can get away with more. We've seen the terrifying Patel proposals. We know what they'd like to do to vulnerable people in our midst. And we are here to say no, not in our name, to stand up and to let them know that public opinion is not going to go away on this. We need to get louder as they do. We need to extend and increase what we do and to work in solidarity with people who are experiencing these issues, often alone, often frightened, not knowing where to turn. So we want to stand up. We invite you to join our campaign. We meet every month on Zoom at the moment, but it won't be forever. We have a website, oa.org.uk. We also have a Twitter account. We're quite active on Twitter. You can find us at OAID Campaign. And please do get in touch by email as well, oaidcampaign@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. Whatever your experience, whatever your story, please do join us, and let's work together until all these walls fall and people are free. Thank you, and solidarity, and have a good Levelers Day. And remember Tony Benn, who said how they treat refugees is very instructive. It shows how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they could get away with it. Thank you.
Ever since the Acklute brothers under Henry VII, Henry VIII, yeah, history of the navigations of the English people projecting colonial empires, Oxford's always been a factory for imperialist ideologies.
The Socialist Health Association is a countrywide network of campaigners fighting to protect our NHS and social care. It's made up of thousands of members from across the country, many of whom are healthcare professionals, some are carers, social workers, some are dedicated members of the public or patients who are passionate about our NHS. The Socialist Health Association fights to keep the NHS in public hands and out of the grasp of private companies and a US-style healthcare insurance system, which we know would be such a disaster for our country as we've seen it is for the US. It's made up of lots of volunteers who join local branches, get involved in campaigning groups both on a local and national level, and also has the opportunity to log into training, into networking and campaign planning on a national level. If you've got time to give and a passion for our healthcare service, then think about joining the Socialist Health Association. You'll find the SHA online with a quick Google. It's not expensive to be a member, and it's a great network of campaigners across the country showing real people power and has a significant voice when it comes to matters of health and social care that are becoming increasingly important with this very difficult few years we've had. We've been involved in the local COVID campaign, which has been focusing very much on keeping numbers down, on following healthcare advice rather than political advice, on putting people and health before economy, and really understanding how these systems work and when they fail. We've all seen how brilliantly things work when the NHS are in control, as we're seeing with the vaccine rollout, and how terribly they are when they're in private hands, as we saw with the still disastrous test and trace. You can be involved in that fight and part of a people-powered movement to protect our healthcare. We hope to see you there.
Salud, camaradas, or for the anarchists amongst you, salud, compañeros. I'm John Hayward, one of the trustees of the International Brigade Memorial Trust, IBMT, and Treasurer and Fundraising Officer for the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee. As a group, we've attended Levellers Day since 2015, and we've initiated this commemoration of Levellers Day by Zoom. And as individuals, we've attended the Levellers Day since 1987. The Oxford IBM committee raised over £30,000 for a memorial in St Clements, Oxford, to the 32 men and women from Oxfordshire who went to Spain to support the Spanish Republic and to fight fascism led by General Franco in the coup of July 1936. Recently, we had a bench built next to the memorial, but we need at least another one. So we need your support in buying some of our merchandise. These are just a few of our products. The very popular Aides la España t-shirt, based on a design by the Spanish artist Miro, which we have in sizes from small to extra, extra large, and beautiful jewellery, earrings and brooches, as well as badges, key rings, books, CDs, tote bags and commemorative plates. Please go to the Oxford IBMC website, oxidmcom.org.uk, to see the full range, or phone me on 077 852 35715, or email me at ajhayward92@gmail.com to find out more, including prices. These heroes deserve your comradeship. I hope you feel generous. Fascism still rears its ugly head everywhere, and the IBMT is actively engaged in fighting it. Go to internationalbrigades.org.uk to find out more and to join us. No passaran.
Hi, my name's Lily and I come from a New Age traveller background. I grew up in Devon where being out in nature really shaped me as a person and continues to. I want to talk to you about the anti-trespass laws that the government are trying to bring in and share with you some stories from some people that are really dear to me. The government is pushing through a bill affecting wild campers, ramblers, the traveller community, peaceful protest sites and basically anyone who enjoys nature and the English countryside. They're trying to make trespass punishable by arrest, fines, vehicle seizure and imprisonment. My friend Claire and myself met while living at a traveller's site type setup in Brighton. This is going to be a learning experience for us both, to explore our roots a bit and to understand better how this bill will affect all types of people living in England. I'm going to go and befriend the Levellers today. They've been my idols since I was 6 years old.
We took our name from the original Levellers, which were a party in Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army. They were the 4 regiments of horse that would go ahead of the army, and they would go into the villages in front of the parliamentary army and stir people up to fight against the king, basically. And they were all about access to land and freedom. At the time the band started, Mark, our singer, was reading a book on the Levellers, and he would, and when we were looking for our band name, he would just be talking about it all the time and how relevant it was to their, you know, the times then with Thatcher's Britain and everything that we were living in, and it just seemed to strike a chord, you know, and we were just like, oh, that'd be a good band name, you know.
You were a traveller.
Yeah.
What's been your experience of trespass in the past? and like police response and stuff?
Well, in my day, the police response was quite heavy-handed because it was just coming into the Criminal Justice Act. I actually spent most of my time in more urban kind of environments, like in gasworks and oil places and old post office land and stuff like that. Old industrial land, basically, that we could just with a pair of bolt croppers get into. We didn't really want to trespass on people's land if they didn't really want us there. You know, weren't really. We would try and find out of the way places that we could just kind of blend into the scenery. You know? It was so like it was all going back to like 20 years ago as well with this criminal justice thing, which was supposed to do the same thing as well. Except it wasn't quite as draconian. Really? Actually, you know, because you were still allowed a gathering of 6 vehicles, and even the police hated it though. You know, the law got in because it was really almost impossible to police.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
Women have rights to be who they wanna be. They don't need a booth, they just wanna be set free. Yeah, yeah. Women on a game to be tossed around, they just want a space to sing out loud. I have a voice as a woman. I need a safer place to express myself. I need freedom in society to do this. Don't leave me on the edge. Don't make me look small. Just give me light in this universe to do it.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
1,000 voices and you can't drown them out. Hear me now, a place to call home for the girls alone. A place that keeps me and gives me hope. Hear me out, a space that I need to be knocked down. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. Need a space to let go, a space we all know, a space to call home. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. We need a space to let go, a space we all
A little support could help us climb mountains in society. So much can be born in a home of equality and hope. Without a space and a home, these words would never reach your ears. You would never know me, know us.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
We're visiting chancellors today because they, like a lot of other letting agents in Oxford, are illegally discriminating against tenants who are in receipt of housing benefits.
It doesn't matter if you have a spotless record as a tenant. If you are in receipt of benefits, these agencies will still put you at the bottom of their list at the request of landlords.
Chancellors are just the tip of the iceberg. Letting agents across the city and private landlords practice the same discrete discrimination every day, and they would rather see people sleep on the streets than in one of their readily available rooms. This is illegal and unfair and denies people the right to shelter and a place to live.
Happy Levellers Day. My name's Nathan and I'm an organiser with the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch. We at the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch celebrate local traditions. We celebrate the radical traditions of this area. And we as a party trace our own roots through to the radical democratic movements of the English Civil War, like the Levellers and the Diggers. The Levellers, of course, who we're commemorating today, were executed after demanding democratic rights, better pay, and for refusing to be sent to fight the Irish people. Through the history of our own party, many have taken the same steps as those of the Burford mutineers. Communists organised mutinies after the Second World War against the continual presence of British troops in Malaya and in other colonies, and against fighting the people who they had fought alongside against the Japanese, the Nazis, and the Axis forces. Of course, communists as well have also taken the proud steps of going off to fight against fascism and oppression the world over, whether it be the International Brigadiers in Spain during the Spanish Civil War, or those who more recently went off to fight against ISIS as part of the Bob Crow Battalion with the YPG. The demands, though, of those in the Burford Mutiny crop up all too often, even to this day. Civil, political, and workplace rights. We saw similar democratic and economic demands across the European democratic revolutions of the 17 and 1800s, over at the Paris Commune, to even Lenin's peace, bread, and land in the Russian Revolution. But we're seeing it rising all the more here in Britain, with a government passing through a bill that will ensure that the security services can do whatever they want, whether that be killing or torturing, or breaking the law without prejudice. We've got a compliant and client media that will ignore the deaths of 120,000 people to rage about wallpaper and the former Labour leader. As a party, we believe that those demands put forward in the Burford Mutiny still stand today. We believe that working people should be paid a fair wage. We believe, as the Levellers did, in the natural equality of workers against a ruling class of exploiters. We see and support the struggle of those fighting for better rights, terms, and conditions, whether that be the McStrikers, the Black Lives Matter movement, or those fighting to kill the bill. The Communist Party supports you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for asking me to say a few words on behalf of OAID, the Oxford-based campaign against immigration detention. Some of you might remember our previous incarnation, the campaign to close Campsfield, which had stalls at Levellers Day over many years. Campsfield House was the former immigration detention centre just outside Oxford. It was a particularly unpleasant place, as many of you will know, and it was also a site of resistance, both inside and outside. It was there for 25 years, and the campaign organised a demonstration every month, and those who were there will never forget standing outside, hearing people chanting freedom, joining in with that chanting. If nothing else, we knew we were there to bear witness and to share as far as we could, and the awful experience of those inside, and to let them know that they weren't alone. Now, Campsfield closed in 2018, but we knew that the fight wasn't over for the many detainees who were being transferred elsewhere, and we thought, no, our fight won't be over either until all these places are closed. So we have continued. We campaign against detention, against deportation, against state-sponsored destitution, and the myriad abuses that affect people simply on account of their immigration status. We believe that all people who are resident in this country deserve basic human rights. That really shouldn't be such a controversial or radical statement, should it? Unfortunately, the campaign is badly needed now more than ever. This government has learned nothing from the Windrush scandal. If anything, they've learned that they can get away with more. We've seen the terrifying Patel proposals. We know what they'd like to do to vulnerable people in our midst. And we are here to say no, not in our name, to stand up and to let them know that public opinion is not going to go away on this. We need to get louder as they do. We need to extend and increase what we do and to work in solidarity with people who are experiencing these issues, often alone, often frightened, not knowing where to turn. So we want to stand up. We invite you to join our campaign. We meet every month on Zoom at the moment, but it won't be forever. We have a website, oa.org.uk. We also have a Twitter account. We're quite active on Twitter. You can find us at OAID Campaign. And please do get in touch by email as well, oaidcampaign@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. Whatever your experience, whatever your story, please do join us, and let's work together until all these walls fall and people are free. Thank you, and solidarity, and have a good Levelers Day. And remember Tony Benn, who said how they treat refugees is very instructive. It shows how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they could get away with it. Thank you.
Ever since the Acklute brothers under Henry VII, Henry VIII, yeah, history of the navigations of the English people projecting colonial empires, Oxford's always been a factory for imperialist ideologies.
The Socialist Health Association is a countrywide network of campaigners fighting to protect our NHS and social care. It's made up of thousands of members from across the country, many of whom are healthcare professionals, some are carers, social workers, some are dedicated members of the public or patients who are passionate about our NHS. The Socialist Health Association fights to keep the NHS in public hands and out of the grasp of private companies and a US-style healthcare insurance system, which we know would be such a disaster for our country as we've seen it is for the US. It's made up of lots of volunteers who join local branches, get involved in campaigning groups both on a local and national level, and also has the opportunity to log into training, into networking and campaign planning on a national level. If you've got time to give and a passion for our healthcare service, then think about joining the Socialist Health Association. You'll find the SHA online with a quick Google. It's not expensive to be a member, and it's a great network of campaigners across the country showing real people power and has a significant voice when it comes to matters of health and social care that are becoming increasingly important with this very difficult few years we've had. We've been involved in the local COVID campaign, which has been focusing very much on keeping numbers down, on following healthcare advice rather than political advice, on putting people and health before economy, and really understanding how these systems work and when they fail. We've all seen how brilliantly things work when the NHS are in control, as we're seeing with the vaccine rollout, and how terribly they are when they're in private hands, as we saw with the still disastrous test and trace. You can be involved in that fight and part of a people-powered movement to protect our healthcare. We hope to see you there.
Salud, camaradas, or for the anarchists amongst you, salud, compañeros. I'm John Haywood, one of the trustees of the International Brigade Memorial Trust, IBMT, and Treasurer and Fundraising Officer for the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee. As a group, we've attended Levellers Day since 2015, and we've initiated this commemoration of Levellers Day by Zoom. And as individuals, we've attended the Levellers Day since 1987. The Oxford IBM.
Welcome back, comrades. I hope that you've enjoyed the day so far. My name is Tracy Walsh. I'm a member of the Oxford International Memorial Brigades Committee. So we're going to move on to the second segment of our day, commemorating the Levellers and those who followed in their footsteps locally. So we're going to be focusing on the Spanish Civil War and the British and Irish volunteers to the International Brigades. So we've got 4 parts to this next section, which will last roughly about half an hour. First of all, we've got Megan Dobney, and Megan is the International Brigade Memorial Trust Secretary. There's also going to be a film of laying the flowers at the memorial in Oxford that you saw earlier on when John mentioned in his advert about the fantastic memorial at the bottom of South Park in St Clements. And that memorial is there to commemorate the Oxfordshire volunteers. Then we're going to watch a short film on the British and Irish volunteers. And then finally, to round off this session, Gary Locke, who's also from the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee, is going to speak on the Battle of Jarama. So over to you, Megan.
Greetings to all comrades on Levellers Day. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my privilege to be the IBMT Secretary, International Brigade Memorial Trust, and I'm not going to miss the opportunity to invite you to join us in keeping alive the memory and spirit of the 2,500 men and women from Britain and Ireland who fought fascism and defended democracy during the Spanish Civil War between 1936 and 1939. I say it's a pleasure to be here. It's not really. I'm sitting in my office talking to the screen. You're out there listening to me on the screen. So roll on the 2022, I say. Anyway, given the circumstances, we've created an online day. And I'll begin with thanks to the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee, to the Regional TUC, to the Trades Council in Oxford, and to all the individuals and activists who've put the day together. We've called the day The World Turned Upside Down, and how apposite for both the 17th century English revolutionaries and the Levellers, and for the Spanish working class in the 1930s. We can all see how the world was turned upside down when in 1936, Spain elected its Popular Front Republican government and then saw General Franco helping to lead a fascist-backed military revolt to crush it. And when the elected Republican government was abandoned by Britain and the other Western democracies, and when Hitler and Mussolini poured in concrete support to Franco, the world tilted just a little more. But we should focus on those that tried to grab it back. Not only the 2,500 British and Irish volunteers, of course. There were some 54,000 volunteers from around the world who joined the Spanish Republican forces and people in their heroic efforts. But also the tens of thousands of British activists and militants who extended solidarity through the Aid Spain movement, raising money to support the volunteers, who took refugees into their homes, and who campaigned against fascism and the British government's disgraceful policy of non-intervention. I want to say something about commemorations. I'm recording this the week before broadcast in early May, and for me this is a special time of year for anti-fascist commemorations. Just a few weeks ago, our comrades in Italy and Portugal celebrated life-changing victories against fascism. On the 25th of April 1974, 47 years ago, the Portuguese people took their country back from the dictatorship of over 40 years, when civil resistance turned the military coup against the regime into a revolutionary process that restored democracy to Portugal. On the 25th of April 1945, the Italian partisans declared a general uprising, heralding the end of the fascist regime of 20 years. This is particularly celebrated in the north, with Milan at the centre of the solidarity demonstrations. So if ever you feel like a morale-boosting holiday, I recommend going to Milan or Lisbon on the 25th of April and seeing the massive demonstrations, linking demands from then to now, and led by the progressive trade union confederations in each city. For me, such commemorations have two purposes. One is to celebrate, to thank, and often to mourn those who carried out acts of outrageous bravery and solidarity. The other is to recognise that fascism is not a single bug, a single virus, or an outdated concept that can be trodden on, vaccinated against, or assumed to have been defeated for all time. If you are already a member of the International Brigade Memorial Trust, you will have seen in our last e-newsletter 2 reports of ongoing activity in Spain against the remembrance of the evils of fascism. The first is a report that an historian, Fernando Peña, is being accused of slander and libel for his scholarly research into the fascist repression during the Spanish Civil War. In a book and an article, he deals with the extrajudicial killing of left-wing prisoners that took place in Navarre in northern Spain. The case against him has been taken by the grandson of the man, Jaime de Albergues, forgive my Spanish pronunciation, who was temporarily in charge of the Requete, an ultra-Catholic regional paramilitary force at the time of the massacre. The author points out that there is no evidence that Albergues took part in the executions and concludes by appealing for more research. This assault through the courts on historical research is greatly concerning, and many academics have signed a manifesto demanding freedom of research and the right to know the historical realities. The second item was a report of the rally in Madrid about 2.5 weeks ago to defend International Brigade memorials. You might ask, why on earth should memorials in Spain need such a defence? Because city councillors from far-right party Vox are calling for them to be removed from Madrid's Fuencarral Cemetery. Madrid City Council doesn't reflect the national government's centrist political makeup, and in terms of the balance of power in the City Council, one could say that Vox holds this balance, giving the Conservative and neoliberal parties a majority over the left. And then there were the regional assembly elections in Madrid on the 4th of May. Polls before the event suggested that the Conservative Popular Party would win by a large margin, although not gain an absolute majority. It was suggested that Vox would hold the balance of power with a confidence and supply arrangement with the PP. And this suggestion turned out to be correct. The Popular Party was 4 short of a majority in the Assembly at 65 seats to the leftist bloc's 59. That's 6 short, isn't it? Oh well. So far-right Vox holds the balance with 13 seats. Madrid has shifted even further to the right. The late Rodney Bickerstaff, trade union leader and also a founding trustee and patron of the IBMT, was not only a joy to listen to because of his humour and humanity, His wise words stand the test of time. He said that our job is not only to burnish the memory of those who went to Spain, but also to look forward to the ending of all wars, which will only be done when fascism is dead. Fascism must be fought every day of the week, he said. Fascism is not dead, that is the reality, and so we will fight on. It's a pleasure and an honour for the International Brigade Memorial Trust to join with the wide range of organisations and people celebrating Levellers Day. Whilst the Levellers were demanding democracy, the International Brigades were defending democracy. Both were, to bastardise the poet Cecil Day-Lewis's words a little, doing it because their open eyes could see no other way. Thank you so much for joining us today. No passaran, they shall not pass.
Well, thank you, Megan, and no pasaran, no pasaran. Each year, the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee meets at the Oxford Memorial to pay tribute to the 31 Oxfordshire volunteers who went to Spain. Now, this year, our tribute took place a couple of weeks ago, but we recorded it so that we could screen it for you today during this Levellers Day event. So if it's ready, let it roll. Hope you like it. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, the International Brigade Memorial Trust is a charity that keeps alive the memory and the spirit of the men and women from Britain, Ireland and elsewhere who volunteered to defend democracy and fight fascism in Spain from 1936 to 1939. The brigade was established in 1936 by the international labour movement and administered by the Comintern in order to resist and to defeat the growing menace of fascism throughout the world and particularly in Europe. Across the world, some 54,000 volunteers signed up to join the IB. In the British Isles, 2,500 signed up for the fight for freedom, and 524 were killed in action in Spain. In Oxfordshire, 31 men and women volunteered and went to Spain as fighters or as medics or as frontline humanitarian workers. 6 of those, these names here on this memorial, were killed in Spain. In 2013, the Trades Union Council suggested that there should be a memorial in Oxford to the Oxford volunteers, and a committee was formed. I'm Colin Carritt. I chair the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee for no other good reason than my father went to Spain in 1936. My father and his brother Anthony, who was killed in Spain while driving an ambulance near Brunetti in July 1937. The names of the 6 volunteers who died are inscribed on this memorial, and on the reverse face there is a simple plaque explaining the memorial's purpose and quoting the immortal words of the poet Cecil Day Lewis. We came because our open eyes could see no other way. There was no other way to keep man's flickering truth alight. Since 2017, we have gathered at least annually to keep alive and preserve the memory of the 31 brigaders from Oxfordshire and their countless comrades across Britain and across the globe. We try to combine our remembrance with other like-minded groups and campaigners as an expression of solidarity, and I'm so grateful that today we had with us a group from the Oxford Anti-Fascist campaign. We've also combined our celebrations with other May Day events, and including the Keep Our National Health Service public campaign. For this year, 2021, we're combining forces with our comrades from the Levellers group at Burford, and I hope you all enjoy the day, the Levellers Day on May the 15th, 2021. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the traffic noise in that short video, but our memorial is very well placed in a very busy part of Oxford, and so we have to put up with a bit of traffic noise. Anyhow, we would like to now show you a brief mini documentary featuring some of the British volunteers of the International Brigade talking about their experiences in Spain and what motivated them. It was made in 2016 by Milo Cumpsley and Speedwagon Productions, and it is very rarely shown, but it features interviews and uses footage from the famous film by Frederic Rossils in 1963, To Die for Madrid. So without ado, let's have a look at this mini documentary, please.
I think you have to understand the feeling against fascism, the feeling that it was right to contest their advance, even to the point of the supreme sacrifice. Young people like me felt so strongly that we were prepared to do that. And I felt totally justified, and I know my friends did that had gone with me from Britain, totally justified in supporting the Spanish government. It was like a crusade.
Don't regret it? No, of course not. No, I don't regret it. It was something we had to do. And in retrospect, Spain was the first battle of the Second World War, fought on the continent of Europe. I knew that it was not going to be easy. I knew that my chances of survival were very small, of give it to 15–20% before I left. There were no illusions.
I bought the Times. Now, the Times was bloody tuppence.
and nobody really afforded that because you could get a packet of woodbines for tuppence. And I remember reading a very small paragraph, perhaps about an inch long, which just said, there is no doubt that if the Spanish Republican government wins the war, a socialist state will be set up. And really, that was the trigger. I thought, Christ, here's a way out.
And when we got into this chapel, I don't know, it might have been 40 of us. And we were from all nationalities in Europe, and there were Poles and Italians and Germans and French, Yugoslavs and Americans and Canadians and a few British. And all of a sudden, somebody started to sing the International, and we all sang the International in our own languages. It was the most inspiring experience. Certainly the most inspiring experience I had in my life up till that time.
Hasta el fin de la opresión, borrar rastros del pasado, arriba esclavos todos en pie. El mundo va a cambiar de base, los nada de hoy todo han de ser. Arruguémonos todos en la lucha final. El género humano es la internacional. Arruguémonos todos en la lucha final. El género humano es la ¡viva la revolución! ¡Viva! ¡Hasta el fascismo! ¡Muerte!
Wasn't ever done to any organised extent. We were all taught how to use a rifle. Awkward things, though, I didn't care for it. I could never stop it banging back at me. I think there's a very strong feeling, there still is, that women are best not fighting. In fact, there used to be a lot of cracks going on. The fascists, the Franco thing said, yes, the poor wretched women were still found dead in the trenches, still lashed to their machine guns. And the Spanish used to laugh at that. They said we wouldn't have left the machine guns.
Well, it was very little. It arrived very irregularly, and it was cold all the time. It was stew, a little bit of bread, and coffee. Occasionally we got a very little bit of wine, and occasionally there'd be something else brought up as well. You were hungry, you were able to keep going, but you dreamt of food and you talked of food.
The fact is that Franco's troops, with the backing of Hitler and Mussolini, of course, had taken quite a huge part of Spanish territory and had split the country. So the endeavour in being prepared was to ensure that we regained that split and were able to re-establish contact between Barcelona, Madrid and Valencia, the Valencian area. And this meant moving across the Ebro and taking territory on that side.
President Negrin seeks to take advantage of the victory of the Ebro and of the Munich crisis to make peace. He proposes to your faith he withdraws from the front in the very heat of battle, the international brigades, and sends them home. The departure of the international brigades was the heartbreak of Spain. La Pasionaria bids them farewell in Barcelona.
You spoke different tongues, but we understood each other. You knew the danger, and you went to meet it with a song on your lips. You may hold your heads high as you leave. You are history. You are legend. When the olive trees of peace flourish once again among us, return to us. And you, women of Spain, tell your children, tell them of the international brigades. Tell them how from across the seas and the mountains these men came to our lands. You gave up all to come here and to tell us your cause, the cause of Spain, is ours also. Many of them, thousands of them remain here, and their shroud is the soil of Spain.
Hay que defenderla con fe y valor, hasta la bandera revolucionaria, que en el triunfo sin cesar nos lleva en pos.
Hello, my name is Gary Locke and I'm a member of the IBMT. Last year, just before lockdown, I was lucky enough to go to the Jarama March in Spain. It was an incredibly moving experience, not because we were in the place where so many anti-fascists died in the name of the Republican cause, but also because of the reception of the Spanish people, which was incredibly warm, and they obviously haven't forgotten the role that the international brigades played in the Spanish Civil War. If you're not familiar with the Battle of Jarama, it was an absolutely crucial one in the holding of Madrid. Franco and his troops had tried to take Madrid from the west and failed, and so they moved round to the east, to the Jarama Valley, and with Franco's Army of Africa, they were halted by the international brigades. The death count was many, many thousands. The battle lasted for about 3 weeks and ended in a stalemate. Franco failed to take Madrid at that time. Out of the British battalion, about 225 of the 600 men died, and in the Lincoln battalion, about 125 of the 500 died. What we're going to hear now is a song called The Valley of Jarama that was originally written by a Scotsman in the British battalion, the 15th International Brigade, named Alex MacDade. He died from his wounds in 1937, and this song became a favourite of all the battalions in the 15th. It was later rewritten and re-recorded by Woody Guthrie. The first verse of the original goes like this. There's a valley in Spain called Jarama. That's a place that we all know so well. For 'tis there that we wasted our manhood and most of our old age as well. I'd like to thank our Spanish comrades for providing this video, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
El río Jarama, un lugar imposible de olvidar, fue allí donde tantos compañeros cayeron por hacia la libertad. Combatimos con la fidelidad, orgullosos de nuestro batallón, luchamos con los hijos del pueblo por Madrid contra la opresión. Nos queda aquel valle de sangre que ya nunca podremos olvidar, y honraremos a nuestros caídos siempre que nos volvamos a juntar. There's a valley in Spain called Jarama. It's a place that we all know so well. It was there that we gave our manhood, where so many of the brave comrades fell. ¡Viva la República! ¡Viva! ¡Viva!
Well, thank you, Gary, and my apologies. I should have introduced you and I failed to do that, but I was so taken with the documentary, which I think is a very powerful short film. And it also intrigues me how the left love to sing. We all love to sing, don't we? And I think that's brilliant. I think that is absolutely brilliant. Anyhow, now we have the second of our sort of commercial breaks, except they're not really commercial, campaign breaks, where groups will present their campaigns and their merchandise. And this will last about 30 minutes. And then we'll be back at, 2 o'clock for the panel discussion this afternoon, introduced by Jeremy Corbyn. So now over to the mini break. So back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi, folks. As Colin said,
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Women have rights to be who they wanna be. They don't need a booth, they just wanna be set free. Yeah. Place to express myself. I need freedom in society to do this. Don't leave me on the edge. Don't make me look small. Just give me light in this universe to do it. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Voices and you can't drown them out. Hear me now, a place to call home for the girls alone. A place that keeps me and gives me hope. Hear me out, a space that I need to be knocked down. We need a space to be free, a space just grow, a space to evolve. Need a space to let go, a space we all know, a space to call home. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. We need a space to let go, a space we all know.
A little support could help us climb mountains in society. So much can be born in a home of equality and hope. Without a space and a home, these words would never reach your ears. You would never know me, know us.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free.
We're visiting Chancellors today because they, like a lot of other letting agents in Oxford, are illegally discriminating against tenants who are in receipt of housing benefits.
It doesn't matter if you have a spotless record as a tenant. If you are in receipt of benefits, these agencies will still put you at the bottom of their list at the request of landlords.
Chancellors are just the tip of the iceberg. Letting agents across the city and private landlords practice the same discrete discrimination every day, and they would rather see people sleep on the streets than in one of their readily available rooms. This is illegal and unfair and denies people the right to shelter and a place to live.
Happy Levellers Day. My name's Nathan, and I'm an organiser with the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch. We, at the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch, celebrate the local traditions, and we celebrate the radical traditions of this area. And we as a party trace our own roots through to the radical democratic movements of the English Civil War, like the Levellers and the Diggers. The Levellers, of course, who we're commemorating today, were executed after demanding democratic rights, better pay, and for refusing to be sent to fight the Irish people. Through the history of our own party, many have taken the same steps as those of the Burford mutineers. Communists organised mutinies after the Second World War against the continual presence of British troops in Malaya and in other colonies, and against fighting the people who they had fought alongside against the Japanese, the Nazis, and the Axis forces. Of course, communists as well have also taken the proud steps of going off to fight against fascism and oppression the world over, whether it be the International Brigadiers in Spain during the Spanish Civil War, or those who more recently went off to fight against ISIS as part of the Bob Crow Battalion with the YPG. The demands, though, of those in the Burford Mutiny crop up all too often, even to this day. Civil, political, and workplace rights. We saw similar democratic and economic demands across the European democratic revolutions of the 1700s and 1800s, over at the Paris Commune, to even Lenin's peace, bread, and land in the Russian Revolution. But we're seeing it rising all the more here in Britain, with a government passing through a bill that will ensure that the security services can do whatever they want, whether that be killing or torturing, or breaking the law without prejudice. We've got a compliant and client media that will ignore the deaths of 120,000 people to rage about wallpaper and the former Labour leader. As a party, we believe that those demands put forward in the Burford Mutiny still stand today. We believe that working people should be paid a fair wage. We believe, as the Levellers did, in the natural equality of workers against a ruling class of exploiters. We see and support the struggle of those fighting for better rights, terms, and conditions, whether that be the McStrikers, the Black Lives Matter movement, or those fighting to kill the bill. The Communist Party supports you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for asking me to say a few words on behalf of OAID, the Oxford-based campaign against immigration detention. Some of you might remember our previous incarnation, the campaign to close Campsfield, which had stalls at Levellers Day over many years. Campsfield House was the former immigration detention centre just outside Oxford. It was a particularly unpleasant place, as many of you will know, and it was also a site of resistance, both inside and outside. It was there for 25 years, and the campaign organised a demonstration every month. And those who were there will never forget standing outside, hearing people chanting freedom, joining in with that chanting. If nothing else, we knew we were there to bear witness and to share as far as we could, and the awful experience of those inside, and to let them know that they weren't alone. Now, Campsfield closed in 2018, but we knew that the fight wasn't over for the many detainees who were being transferred elsewhere, and we thought, no, our fight won't be over either until all these places are closed. So we have continued. We campaign against detention, against deportation, against state-sponsored destitution, and the myriad abuses that affect people simply on account of their immigration status. We believe that all people who are resident in this country deserve basic human rights. That really shouldn't be such a controversial or radical statement, should it? Unfortunately, the campaign is badly needed now more than ever. This government has learned nothing from the Windrush scandal, It's, if anything, they've learned that they can get away with more. We've seen the terrifying Patel proposals. We know what they'd like to do to vulnerable people in our midst. And we are here to say no, not in our name, to stand up and to let them know that public opinion is not going to go away on this. We need to get louder as they do. We need to extend and increase what we do and to work in solidarity with people who are experiencing these issues, often alone, often frightened, not knowing where to turn. So we want to stand up. We invite you to join our campaign. We meet every month on Zoom at the moment, but it won't be forever. We have a website, oa.org.uk. We also have a Twitter account. We're quite active on Twitter. You can find us at OAID Campaign. And please do get in touch by email as well, oaidcampaign@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you, whatever your experience, whatever your story. Please do join us, and let's work together until all these walls fall and people are free. Thank you, and solidarity, and have a good Levellers Day. And remember Tony Benn, who said how they treat refugees is very instructive. It shows how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they could get away with it. Thank you.
Ever since the Ackloop brothers under Henry VII, Henry VIII, yeah, history of the navigations of the English people projecting colonial empires, Oxford's always been a factory for imperialist ideologies.
The Socialist Health Association is a countrywide network of campaigners fighting to protect our NHS and social care. It's made up of thousands of members from across the country, many of whom are healthcare professionals, some are carers, social workers, some are dedicated members of the public or patients who are passionate about our NHS. The Socialist Health Association fights to keep the NHS in public hands and out of the grasp of private companies and a US-style healthcare insurance system, which we know would be such a disaster for our country as we've seen it is for the US. It's made up of lots of volunteers who join local branches, get involved in campaigning groups both on a local and national level, and also has the opportunity to log into training, into networking and campaign planning on a national level. If you've got time to give and a passion for our healthcare service, then think about joining the Socialist Health Association. You'll find the SHA online with a quick Google. It's not expensive to be a member, and it's a great network of campaigners across the country showing real people power and has a significant voice when it comes to matters of health and social care that are becoming increasingly important with this very difficult few years we've had. We've been involved in the local COVID campaign, which has been focusing very much on keeping numbers down, on following healthcare advice rather than political advice, on putting people and health before economy, and really understanding how these systems work and when they fail. We've all seen how brilliantly things work when the NHS are in control, as we're seeing with the vaccine rollout, and how terribly they are when they're in private hands, as we saw with the still disastrous test and trace. You can be involved in that fight and part of a people-powered movement to protect our healthcare. We hope to see you there.
Salud, camaradas, or for the anarchists amongst you, salud, compañeros. I'm John Hayward, one of the trustees of the International Brigade Memorial Trust, IBMT, and Treasurer and Fundraising Officer for the Oxford International Brigade Memorial Committee. As a group, we've attended Levellers Day since 2015, and we've initiated this commemoration of Levellers Day by Zoom. And as individuals, we've attended the Levellers Day since 1987. The Oxford IBM Committee raised over £30,000 for a memorial in St Clements, Oxford, to the 32 men and women from Oxfordshire who went to Spain to support the Spanish Republic and to fight fascism led by General Franco in the coup of July 1936. Recently, we had a bench built next to the memorial, but we need at least another one. So we need your support in buying some of our merchandise. These are just a few of our products. The very popular Aides la España t-shirt, based on a design by the Spanish artist Miro, which we have in sizes from small to extra large, and beautiful jewellery, earrings and brooches, as well as badges, key rings, books, CDs, tote bags and commemorative plates. Please go to the Oxford IBMC website, oxfordmcom.org.uk, to see the full range, or phone me on 077 852 35715, or email me at ajhayward92@gmail.com to find out more, including prices. These heroes deserve your comradeship. I hope you feel generous. Fascism still rears its ugly head everywhere, and the IBMT is actively engaged in fighting it. Go to internationalbrigades.org.uk to find out more and to join us. No passaran.
Hi, my name's Lily and I come from a New Age traveller background. I grew up in Devon where being out in nature really shaped me as a person and continues to. I want to talk to you about the anti-trespass laws that the government are trying to bring in and share with you some stories from some people that are really dear to me. The government is pushing through a bill affecting wild campers, ramblers, the traveller community, peaceful protest sites and basically anyone who enjoys nature and the English countryside. They're trying to make trespass punishable by arrest, fines, vehicle seizure and imprisonment. My friend Claire and myself met while living at a traveller's site type setup in Brighton. This is going to be a learning experience for us both, to explore our roots of it and to understand better how this bill will affect all types of people living in England. I'm going to go and befriend the Levellers today. They've been my idols since I was 6 years old.
We took our name from the original Levellers, which were a party in Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army. They were the 4 regiments of horse that would go ahead of the army, and they would go into the villages in front of the parliamentary army and stir people up to fight against the king, basically. And they were all about access to land and freedom. At the time the band started, Mark, our singer, was reading a book on the Levellers, and he would, and when we were looking for our band name, he would just be talking about it all the time and how relevant it was to their, you know, the times then with Thatcher's Britain and everything that we were living in, and it just seemed to strike a chord, you know, and we were just like, oh, that'd be a good band name, you know.
You were a traveller.
Yeah.
What's been your experience of trespass in the past? And like police response and stuff?
Well, in my day, the police response was quite heavy-handed because it was just coming into the Criminal Justice Act. I actually spent most of my time in more urban kind of environments, like in gasworks and oil places and old post office land and stuff like that. Old industrial land, basically, that we could just with a pair of bolt croppers get into. We didn't really want to trespass on people's land if they didn't really want us there, you know. Weren't really, we would try and find out of the way places that we could just kind of blend into the scenery. It was so like it was all going back to like 20 years ago as well with this criminal justice thing, which was supposed to do the same thing as well. Except it wasn't quite as draconian, actually, you know, because you were still allowed a gathering of 6 vehicles, and even the police hated it though. You know, the law got in. It was really almost impossible to police.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
Women have rights to be who they wanna be. They don't need a booth, they just wanna be set free. Yay, yay. Women on a game to be tossed around. They just want a space to sing out loud. I have a voice as a woman. I need a safer place to express myself. I need freedom in society to do this. Don't leave me on the edge. Don't make me look small. Just give me light in this universe to do this. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
1,000 voices and you can't drown them out. Hear me now, a place to call home for the girls alone. A place that keeps me and gives me hope. Hear me out, a space that I need to be knocked down. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. Need a space to let go, a space we all know, a space to call home. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. We need a space to let go, a space we all
A little support could help us climb mountains in society. So much can be born in a home of equality and hope. Without a space and a home, these words would never reach your ears. You would never know me, know us.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
We're visiting Chancellors today because they, like a lot of other letting agents in Oxford, are illegally discriminating against tenants who are in receipt of housing benefits.
It doesn't matter if you have a spotless record as a tenant. If you are in receipt of benefits, these agencies will still put you at the bottom of their list at the request of landlords.
Chancellors are just the tip of the iceberg. Letting agents across the city and private landlords practice the same discrete discrimination every day, and they would rather see people sleep on the streets than in one of their readily available rooms. This is illegal and unfair and denies people the right to shelter and a place to live.
Happy Leveller's Day. My name's Nathan, and I'm an organiser with the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch. We, at the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch, celebrate the local traditions, and we celebrate the radical traditions of this area. And we as a party trace our own roots through to the radical democratic movements of the English Civil War, like the Levellers and the Diggers. The Levellers, of course, who we're commemorating today, were executed after demanding democratic rights, better pay, and for refusing to be sent to fight the Irish people. Through the history of our own party, many have taken the same steps as those of the Burford mutineers. Communists organised mutinies after the Second World War against the continual presence of British troops in Malaya and in other colonies, and against fighting the people who they had fought alongside against the Japanese, the Nazis, and the Axis forces. Of course, communists as well have also taken the proud steps of going off to fight against fascism and oppression the world over, whether it be the International Brigadiers in Spain during the Spanish Civil War, or those who more recently went off to fight against ISIS as part of the Bob Crow Battalion with the YPG. The demands, though, of those in the Burford Mutiny crop up all too often, even to this day. Civil, political, and workplace rights. We saw similar democratic and economic demands across the European democratic revolutions of the 17 and 1800s, over at the Paris Commune, to even Lenin's peace, bread, and land in the Russian Revolution. But we're seeing it rising all the more here in Britain, with a government passing through a bill that will ensure that the security services can do whatever they want, whether that be killing or torturing, or breaking the law without prejudice. We've got a compliant and client media that will ignore the deaths of 120,000 people to rage about wallpaper and the former Labour leader. As a party, we believe that those demands put forward in the Burford Mutiny still stand today. We believe that working people should be paid a fair wage. We believe, as the Levellers did, in the natural equality of workers against a ruling class of exploiters. We see and support the struggle of those fighting for better rights, terms, and conditions, whether that be the McStrikers, the Black Lives Matter movement, or those fighting to kill the bill. The Communist Party supports you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for asking me to say a few words on behalf of OAID, the Oxford-based campaign against immigration detention. Some of you might remember our previous incarnation, the campaign to close Campsfield, which had stalls at Levellers Day over many years. Campsfield House was the former immigration detention centre just outside Oxford. It was a particularly unpleasant place, as many of you will know, and it was also a site of resistance, both inside and outside. It was there for 25 years, and the campaign organised a demonstration every month, and those who were there will never forget standing outside, hearing people chanting freedom, joining in with that chanting. If nothing else, we knew we were there to bear witness and to share as far as we could, and the awful experience of those inside, and to let them know that they weren't alone. Now, Campsfield closed in 2018, but we knew that the fight wasn't over for the many detainees who were being transferred elsewhere, and we thought, no, our fight won't be over either until all these places are closed. So we have continued. We campaign against detention, against deportation, against state-sponsored destitution, and the myriad abuses that affect people simply on account of their immigration status. We believe that all people who are resident in this country deserve basic human rights. That really shouldn't be such a controversial or radical statement, should it? Unfortunately, the campaign is badly needed now more than ever. This government has learned nothing from the Windrush scandal. It's, if anything, they've learned that they can get away with more. We've seen the terrifying Patel proposals. We know what they'd like to do to vulnerable people in our midst, and we are here to say no, not in our name, to stand up and to let them know that public opinion.
Hello, thank you for all those messages from people who would normally be with us as stallholders. Really important to hear what they are working on at the moment. So although they can't be with us physically, we know that everyone is involved in some really important campaigning at the moment. Part of that is standing up in solidarity with our international brothers and sisters in struggle. Particularly, of course, we are all thinking of those in Palestine. As a result of that, there are protests and demos across the country. Big one in London at the moment, which some of our panelists are involved with. So they have said they'll be a little bit late to the panel session because they're coming back from what we are being told is was a massive demonstration in London. Fantastic. And to let people know that locally there is a demo starting tomorrow in Oxford at 2 o'clock at Mansell Way. And there are also details on the Reading Socialist Club Facebook page of the demonstration tomorrow in Reading that starts a bit later at 3 o'clock. So we have our panel session now. When other guests arrive and panelists, we will sort of fold them into the event. So we have a fantastic panel. We're still waiting for Jeremy and for John Hendy, who were at the demonstration in London. We've got a fabulous panel who I will introduce now. Our first speaker will be Jabu Nala Hartley, who is representing Mothers for Justice Ubuntu, the Oxford Living Wage Campaign, and Oxford Black Lives Matter. Jabu is an amazing local grassroots activist, incredibly hardworking, and a lot of us were delighted who'd followed her campaigning that she has been re-elected as the Oxford City Councillor for Barton and Sand Hills. Fantastic to have Jabu with us today. We also have Rabia Doushi, climate activist with Extinction Rebellion Oxford, a mother, a psychologist with huge insight into climate justice and how we fight for that. On his way is Lord Hendy QC. He will speak to us about industrial democracy and the strategic need for the reinstatement of collective bargaining. We're hoping that Ellen Clifford is going to join us. She represents Disabled People Against the Cuts, fantastic group of activists. And Ellen is author of the book, The War on Disabled People. She promotes the social model for disability and ensures that people with disabilities have a powerful and organised voice. Another local activist with us today is Fenella Porter. Delighted that Fenella can be with us. She is involved in the Young Women's Music Project that you heard about in the advert break. She is also within Oxfam GB and Womankind Worldwide. Our final panelist is Ian Hudson, President of the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union, really heavily involved in on-the-ground struggles for workers' rights, including the fantastic McStrike campaign and 0 Hours Justice. So we'll hear from Jeremy when he arrives, but Jabu, if you're ready to kick us off, can we start with you, please?
Okay. Thank you, Cathy. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for inviting me to this historical event, which commemorates Levelers Day. It's really important that we look into history so that we found inspiration. As Cathy said, my name is Jabunala Hartley. I'm the founder of the Mothers for Justice Ubuntu. I'm also the chair of the Oxford Living Wage Campaign, as well as being the chair of the Oxford District Labour Party. I'm also part of the central members of the Socialist Health Association, and recently been elected as a councillor for the Button and Sand Hills area. Sorry, I'm going to have to really pick this up. It's really urgent.
So I think Jabu has to take an urgent call. Rabia, could I ask you to start us off, please, and we'll go back to Jabu.
Hello, hi.
So for Gwyn, who is doing our tech, oh yes, you found Rabia. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, can everybody hear me okay, I presume? Let me know if you can't. Okay, I'll jump in slightly ahead of schedule, so bear with me. So I'm so pleased to be invited here today to talk about Extinction Rebellion and climate, because I think for a long time green and red causes haven't been closely linked, and I'm really pleased that we seem to be moving into a phase where movements are coming together, and almost like I don't want to say there's a good side to the police bill or COVID or any of what's going on, but there is some sense of kind of being united in common cause, which I think is brilliant and what we need. You might wonder what climate has got to do with levelers. And I would say that there's a climate emergency and an ecological emergency. So there are issues to do with burning fossil fuel and the pollution we're putting into the air and global warming, but also degradation of the ecosystem, and that affects the natural resources that we depend on. So food and farming are very seriously affected. And I think that's rooted in inequality and exploitation. So this is not a natural crisis. It's not anything that came about through natural causes. It's a consequence of the world being ruled by the few and not in the interests of everyone. And throughout the speeches today, there've been especially when Ciaran, for instance, quoted the levelers, when people have quoted the levelers, absolutely those things still hold true, that there is a kind of basic equality to all human life and all life on earth that's just not being represented in the politics. And I think that we're realizing now that like society, the natural world is deeply interconnected and interdependent, just as we're all dependent on each other, and we can't act now even on the other side of the world without it having repercussions throughout the world. The climate and ecosystem is the same, so that everything's connected, and you can't save one bit of it without saving all of it. So what's happening to the climate and ecosystem is really terrifying, and sometimes it's a struggle to kind of manage that information, and maybe it's part of the reason why politicians are not managing to act. It really is an emergency. The current rate of heating of the planet is the equivalent to 5 nuclear bombs going off every second. I mean, the statistics are just mind-blowing. The air is polluted so that nine tenths of the population has to deal with polluted air. There's a mass extinction going on in that 70% of wildlife species have declined since the 1970s. I mean, it's just really quite hard to get your mind around, and it's also very hard to get minds around why life kind of carries on as normal and politicians aren't responded, and I think that's due to kind of interlinking of power, that, you know, we don't actually have democracy, we have funding of politicians and, you know, this kind of corrupt system that's not democratic. In terms of international agreements to tackle climate change, nothing is working fast enough. There was a Paris Agreement said we should stick to 1.5 degrees, and we're way off track. We're just not, as a planet and as a country, taking enough action to stay within 1.5 degrees, which is what scientists generally agree is the safe limit. And once we get past that point, we're into, you know, potential for tipping points, because it's a complicated system and there's a risk of runaway climate change that then goes up and up. And though it sounds like a small number, it has enormous effects. So we're currently on track to reach 2 degrees by 2050. 2050, I have teenagers, so they'll be, you know, in their 40s or something, 40s, 50s. This is within lifetimes and certainly within the lifetimes of our children and our children's children. And I think, you know, one of the things that XR draws inspiration from is this idea that, I can't remember exactly where it comes from now, but some indigenous ways of people's ways of thinking is that you should make decisions according to how they will impact the 7th generation from you, which I think is an incredibly wise and sensible way to plan things. But actually we have a political system that's very much about short-term self-interest and people staying in power rather than representing the people. I've slightly lost track of time, Cathy. How much longer do I have?
Yes, another 1 minute, Rabia.
Okay. So I think the political system isn't fit for purpose, and Extinction Rebellion was based on research about other civil resistance movements, and not explicitly on the levelers, but we absolutely go by the same principles of, you know, taking action, being a broad movement. Telling the truth is one of our principles. We have 3 demands. One is to tell the truth, and I would say people have referred about the history and said that, you know, children in schools are not taught a full history. They're taught a version of history where, you know, it's the kind of great white men myth of history, and the people's history isn't there. And, you know, the history of colonialism isn't told properly. It's told as a heroic story, and actually it's about exploitation. It's exploitation of people and exploitation of the planet, and also the people that are going to be most affected by climate change. It's the same as ever. It's the powerless, it's the vulnerable, it's people in other countries, you know, in poorer countries who have the least responsibility for pollution. So I don't think I need to tell anyone here about the warmth of solidarity that we find in acting together, and we certainly found that in Extinction Rebellion, and in being out on the streets together, and being profoundly democratic, because I think what this government in particular pushes people towards is against each other. And again, it resonates with something that Ciaran said about quoting the levelers, about when the rich and powerful are in trouble, they'll set the poorer people against each other. And that's what racism and fascism is about, when actually what we should be doing is uniting across the globe, across causes, for all of us. And this, when it comes to climate change, is a matter of life and death. And I guess from all the different causes that people are speaking from today, it's all about people don't have equal opportunities, they don't have equal say. And if COVID again has taught us something, it's that no one's safe until everybody's safe. You can't.
Thank you, Rabia. I need to stop you now.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. There are opportunities to ask questions once we've heard from all our panelists. So pop any questions in the chat to either myself or Tracy Walsh. We'll now go back to Jabu.
My apologies to everyone. I was just on the verge of just saying that the area that I live in Barton, was featured very highly on Sir Philip Alston's report, the UN Envoy, as an impoverished area. But I'm here to highlight the concerns as to why I founded Mothers for Justice Ubuntu, which is a what you call a campaign, an organization that is focused on challenging the criminal justice system in our communities. My background is basically I was raised in South Africa under apartheid. I grew up under the wing of my mother, who was a trade unionist. She was the first Black woman general secretary in South Africa for a union called MAU, which was later revised to NUMSA. And my arrival to the UK was prompted by her being at Ruskin College, where she studied. And I remember it was 1984. So I arrived in England at the heart of the miners' strike. So my entry to England was basically standing on pickets and supporting the miners' strike. So what you call, why did I create the space for the Mothers for Justice Ubuntu? As I said, I recognize the disproportionate effect on our Black communities, what was happening with the youth. If you go, any of you, if you go into Google and just type drug dealing or also drug dealing, you'll see a collage of Black men, Black young men in these mug shots, police mug shots, just Black young men. And they want to tell us that this sort of issue is not related to the impoverishment of these communities, to the disproportionate school exclusion of these young people in schools, and the whole colonial history, where you find that when the slaves were freed during slavery times, they were freed with no compensation and they were let to roam the road, and then they created the vagrancy laws, where they went back and picked up the very same people and put them in prison. And then it's been a revolving door since then. So if you can understand the history of the Jim Crow laws and just relate it to the global history of what's happening with the criminal justice systems as far as Black people are concerned, then you'll have an understanding that we are not, these kids are not genetically kind of wired to be criminals, but the system has created this need for them to be revolving this so that they can create a permanent underclass with no intention to rehabilitate or to place any resources in a way of people finding their way out of this entrapment. So for me, I was driven by a personal experience. I've had a son that has been revolving the criminal justice system. I went as far as challenging even the legal legal appointees that are supposed to represent them, who are actually forcing these children or these young men to plead guilty for crimes sometimes that they didn't even commit, with the fear that if you don't plead guilty, you be given a huge sentence, and the high sentences as well. We've got research that there's a high prominence to give young Black men. So the creation of Mothers for Justice was to amplify these concerns. It was to actually with the height of Black Lives Matter, with seeing George Floyd dying at the knee of Chauvin, it really, really spread. These issues are not new; they are old, but it really brought that pain back in the Black communities to once again stand up and fight for our communities with the sort of oppressions that they are experiencing. What are we hoping to achieve through Mothers for Justice system? Through Mothers for Justice Ubuntu. We are hoping that we can expose the flaws of the criminal justice system, but also to give those that are already trapped in the system a glimmer of hope. And this glimmer of hope will not happen just by having a small organization like Mothers for Justice. We need the whole community to mobilize around these issues. We are not going to change this country by just sitting back or globally. We need to mobilize masses. And the Levelers Day is a great signifier of what people did in history. And we can't just say, okay, now that the suffragettes won the women's right, the women must now relax. No, you don't. We intensify the struggle. We fight. We go forward. Because every era, whilst we live under the umbrella of capitalism, neoliberalism will always have their their hands on our throats. At the recent launch for the Mothers for Justice Ubuntu, which we called it Oxford Roads to Justice, we invited really prominent guests like Professor Gus John. We had young people coming from no more school exclusions. We had Jengba, which is fighting under the joint enterprise. This needs to be a huge movement. One of the things that the professor, Gus John, reiterated was that we were not reinventing, we were not inventing something new. This has been going on forever. He even talked of experiences where they had formed groups where they would accompany young Black kids in neighborhoods so that the police would not harass them. And one of the things that Mothers for Justice, why is featured highly even in the Kill Bill marches, is that this bill will give excessive power to further harass these poor communities and to further sort of like intensify the oppression in terms of imprisoning these young people. A lot of these young people don't have passports to fly to bring drugs into this country. But yet the people that feature highly in the criminal justice systems, who are being named and shamed and being arrested and being given hefty sentences like 10 years, 12 years for selling drugs. These are the people who are being used as mules. All the people that are benefiting from this drug trade are sitting comfortably behind the scenes. I've even heard stories whereby people have said some of these drugs are even recycled, that they are picked up from other drug dealers and then they're given back to entrapped more young people in the community. So there is definitely a concern as to why we should fight for these young people, the injustice of the system that is visited on the poor Black masses and the poor impoverished. It is not just Black people in that sense. The poor impoverished working classes are a victim of the system from the Victorian times, from not even from way before Victorian times. And we must challenge the system. We legitimize the system because we say what is and what isn't legal. Yes, we understand that we have to adhere to the system, but these systems were not created democratically created with the people that are being oppressed. So I'm not going to say much. All I'm going to say now is that we are hoping we're going to get a lot of support from our communities through basically joining our movement and just really pushing forward with this with these issues that are being raised of concern to Mothers for Justice. We are engaging with communities on care talks. We're bringing young men with their parents to come and talk about their experiences. We need a lot of help. There is no therapy for these young people. When they're released back into the system, they are locked up for almost 23 hours a day with no education, nothing to actually prepare them for when they leave prisons. So when they come out, they've got no skills, nothing. They've got no way of navigating the system. And then it becomes a revolving door. And this is the young people that the police are focused on. They're not focusing at the community at large. That is why you find that a lot of them are creating so many records, because they are forever picked up, fitted up with crimes. Yes, you see your record, you've got so many, you might as well say yes, because if you don't, you're going down. And then they will admit to crimes sometimes that they didn't do. Some they do, yes they do. I don't want to condone criminal behavior, but there's a system that is out there that is trapping a lot of people that could be a real benefit to our society if we invested on them. On that note, I don't know how much time I have.
Yeah, I need to stop you quite soon.
Yes. So I'm just going to say thank you to everyone for inviting me here, and solidarity with Palestine. We must never forget Palestine. One of the things that always resonates with me when I think of Palestine is growing up when we're fighting apartheid. South Africans will never stop quoting Palestine. Mandela said, "We will never be free until Palestine is free." So I end with that. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Jabu. And before we go to our next speaker, I just wanted to pick out something that Rabia had said about the huge gaps in our education and the history, mainstream history, if you like. So one of the things about Levelers Day is to try and put that right, share information, education, lots of links in the chat that we'll share on the website and the Levelers Facebook page after the event. The other thing I wanted to mention from Jabu was, yes, we have to intensify the struggle. We're quoting as much as we can from Tony Benn today, because he was instrumental, obviously, in reviving Levelers Day as an annual commemoration. So good to remind ourselves that there is no final victory, just as there is no final defeat. Just the same battles that have to be fought over and over again. So toughen up, and as Jabu says, intensify the struggle for justice. And on that note, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Lord John Hendy QC, who is going to talk about justice, particularly in terms of industrial democracy and how we can work to reinstate collective bargaining. Thank you, John, for being with us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Cathy. I apologise for being late. I was at the demonstration in Marble Arch today on behalf of the Palestinians. I can tell you, those that weren't there, there are tens of thousands of people there. Oxford Street is absolutely packed with people making their way to Marble Arch and then down to the Israeli embassy. Comrades, I wanted to address the world turned upside down on a slightly longer time frame than you invited, namely over the period of the COVID pandemic. I wanted to go back to talk about the post-war consensus, as it's called. I wanted to look at what's been happening since the end of the Second World War in 1945 and a process which is still continuing today. I want to mention the economic concept of wage share. I'm not an economist myself, but I've got a sort of tenuous grip on that subject. And wage share is the percentage of gross domestic product, in other words, what the country produces, the percentage which goes in wages as opposed to the percentage that goes in profits and rent and so on. And that percentage of wage share from the Second World War onwards was at around 59%. Throughout the 1950s and the 1960s, it was just under 60%, around the 59% mark, which meant that wage earners were taking the largest share of what this country made. And that rose to a peak in the middle 1970s of 65.5%. That was in 1975. From that pinnacle, wage share has declined, and it's declined now, stabilized between 2015 and 2019 to around 49%, just under 50%. Now, it may not sound a lot, a decrease of 10% in the share of GDP which goes to wage earners, but actually it's a huge amount. And it means that that produce of the labor of working people is going, instead of into their pockets, into the pockets of the people that own the means of production in this country. And that major change is something which is continuing. We are continuing to lose wage share to the rich and powerful owners of those that manufacture goods and supply services in this country. And the point about these statistics is this, that slide mirrors what has happened to collective bargaining coverage. Now, I appreciate there's not a lot of Labour economists or indeed Labour lawyers in the audience today, but let me just explain what that is. Collective bargaining, of course, is the process by which workers, through their unions, negotiate the terms and conditions, and in particular, the wages on which they work. And collective bargaining coverage is the percentage of workers who have got the benefit of a collective agreement. From the end of the Second World War, the level was about 50% of workers with a collective agreement which regulated their terms and conditions. By 1950, that had risen to 70%. By 1970, it had risen to 78%. By 1975, when you recall, we hit the peak of wage share going to workers. By 1975, the coverage of collective bargaining had risen to 85%. And that put Britain amongst the leading countries in the Western Europe for collective bargaining coverage. Since that point, collective bargaining coverage has declined year after year after year. It stabilized for 1 year when the Labour Party introduced the statutory recognition machinery, but thereafter it continued its inexorable decline. The figure for 2019, which is the latest government statistic, is 26.9% of workers covered. Now, you can be sure that in the 2 years since then, that has declined to something around 25%. Now, let's just think about what that means. That means that 3/4 of the workers in Britain, 32 million of them, 3/4 of them don't have their terms and conditions affected by collective bargaining. That means that 3/4 of the workers have their wages, the terms and conditions, set unilaterally by the employers on a take it or leave it basis. Of course, there's some exceptions, some specialist workers on very high wages and negotiate whatever they like. But the vast majority, 99.9% of the remaining 3/4 that haven't got the benefit of collective bargaining are at the mercy of the employers. Now, those two sets of statistics, I probably would have been better to have shown you a couple of graphs, but those sets of statistics explain why we are in the predicament that we are now in, with massive degrees of poverty. Before COVID, 14.5 million people were living in poverty, of whom 8.1 million were in working families, families where at least one member of the household was in work. And you know the degree of inequality in this country, the number of the millions of people reliant on food banks and so on. So I've got no doubt that the attack on collective bargaining, and it didn't come about by chance, the attack on collective bargaining through changes to the laws, the anti-union laws, through getting rid of the Wages Council's legislation, through government policy in undermining collective bargaining in every way, is the reason that we're in the predicament that we're in. And that predicament is known to everybody. I just want to make a couple of short points about it, and that's this, that the last 2 years with COVID and lockdown and the economic disaster that is involved in it have demonstrated that all the legal rights that this country was so proud of, right to unfair dismissal, right to equal pay, etc., have not succeeded in protecting our working people. 1 million people have been sacked because of COVID. Did unfair dismissal or redundancy legislation protect them? It did not. It might have given them a few bob to cushion the fall, but it didn't protect them. And we know, for example, that equality law has been enacted for over 50 years, and yet there is still a really significant gender pay gap, which is not to say anything about the ethnicity pay gap as well. So COVID has demonstrated the failure of legal rights to protect us, certainly hasn't protected the health and safety of workers. The working people have suffered and have died because of COVID, and all the health and safety legislation and the health and safety executive have not protected them, hasn't protected security, and in particular, it has not protected wage levels. Over the last year, the real value of the median wage in this country has fallen by 0.9%, just short of 1%. It hadn't risen for the 12 years since the financial crisis of 2008, but now it's fallen by another near percentage point by reason of COVID, which leads to the inevitable conclusion that if we are to get out of this mess, it's not good enough to have a rise to the national minimum wage, welcome though that is. We have to restore collective bargaining. It's the only way that it can be done. And collective bargaining has got a number of benefits. Even the OECD recognizes that it's one of the ways of diminishing inequality. Collective bargaining, particularly sectoral collective bargaining, that's by each sector having a minimum standards, collective bargaining raises wages, and the raising of wages, of course, lifts people out of poverty, increases the tax take, diminishes the amount that government spends on subsidizing low wages, but above all, it creates demand in the economy, and demand in the economy is what is now needed, because working people spend their wages, they don't salt it away in the Cayman Islands like rich people do. So it creates demand, which in turn creates jobs. It prevents employers undercutting each other on labour costs. And as a matter of interest for me in particular, it complies with international legal obligations which this country has ratified and by which it is bound. Comrades, it's not socialism, but even a reversion to Keynes would at least do something for the millions of people who are suffering in this country at the moment. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, John, and for hurrying over to us from that wonderful, what sounds like a wonderful demonstration in solidarity with Palestine. One of the things John mentioned there was the combination of the gender and the ethnicity pay gaps. That, of course, in combination, has an extreme impact on our NHS, where many workers are from ethnic minorities and or women. So that intersectionality piece is really important to consider. Another important thing to consider is the voice and the impact on brothers and sisters with disabilities. It's really important to remember that even before the shocking, inept handling of the pandemic, this government, through draconian cuts to benefits, had effectively killed 130,000 people relying on benefits. Many, well, we hear shocking stories of people actually dying of starvation. So one of the very strong voices in that area is Disabled People Against the Cuts. And I'm delighted that Ellen Clifford is with us, a campaigner with DPAC, but also author of The War on Disabled People. And she will talk to us hopefully about the social model and how we can support our brothers and sisters who need it so much at the moment. Ellen, welcome.
Thanks, Cathy. I bring solidarity from disabled people against cuts, and I really love the title of this session today. World Upside Down really speaks to me, as I'm sure it does to a lot of people, but perhaps to disabled people in particular. I'd say that none of us here today, or for that matter back in the Levellers days, have ever known a world that was the right way round. But having said that, things at this point in time are unquestionably getting harder for the working class, and what John said about wage share was very important. Things are becoming more desperate and even more urgent, with the climate emergency, the global pandemic, the deepest global recession since the Second World War, responded to by right-wing populist leaders in ways that have let the bodies pile high, while the rich have used the opportunity to grab more profit and introduce draconian laws to stamp out opposition and the right to protest. And all of this is abhorrent, but I'd say none of it is substantively new. The response to the 2008 financial crash was to make the working class pay for a crisis we didn't cause, regardless of the human cost that Cathy talked about, without accountability and without justice for the victims of welfare reform. And Cathy mentioned ways to support us. And if people can support the call for an independent inquiry into benefit deaths, that would be very much appreciated. Debbie Abrahams, MP, I'd like to pay tribute to the tenacity with which she supported us to take up that call. When disabled people started challenging wrongful benefit decisions, the Tories' response was to restrict our access to justice through legal aid changes and the introduction of barriers to appeal. But now we've just heard in the Queen's speech this week, they're proposing restrictions on access to judicial review. And judicial review has been one of the most effective tools in our campaign box over the last 10 years. It hasn't enabled us to change the direction the Tories were going in, but it's allowed us to mitigate some of the worst things that they brought in. We have thankfully already got underway a legal challenge against the government's refusal to extend the universal credit £20 uplift to legacy benefits. The government have refused to do that, despite the fact that 3/4 of the 2.2 million claimants still on legacy benefits are disabled people, and they don't want to move over to universal credit, which is what the government says they should do for the £20 uplift, because they will be severely financially worse off. But disabled people have also seen expenditures go up due to the pandemic, through the costs of PPE, and of course because many disabled people have been having to shield for over a year. Things for disabled people after a decade of austerity and welfare reform, it seemed bad enough and more than we could take. But then we had the pandemic, and 60% of COVID-related deaths have been of disabled people. And I think it's important to realise that that is just a minimum figure, because data on disability is lacking, and I would suggest deliberately so. And in calculating that figure, the Office for National Statistics had to rely on 2011 census data. At that time, disabled people made up 18% of the population. And I think actually the ONS sample, it was only 16% disabled people. But today, actually, we make up 21% of the population. So many of the people in their sample might not have been disabled in 2011, but might be now, because disability prevalence is rising. The way the government and media have presented the disproportionate deaths of disabled people due to COVID has been to somehow suggest that our deaths aren't quite the same as other people's, that they would often use, you'd hear on the media, people with underlying health conditions, as if those people, their deaths were understandable and inevitable. And by implication, if we're saying disabled people's deaths don't count the same, we're saying that our lives don't count the same either. That view isn't anything new to disabled people, but it is still incredibly upsetting to hear public debate about the dispensability of our lives, and to be blamed sometimes by members of the public, and often by implication by the government, for the need to shut down the economy and for the financial hardship and job losses that have ensued. When the hugely disproportionate mortality rates for people with learning difficulties were first published, so younger people with learning difficulties have been found to be up to 30 times more likely to die of COVID than their non-disabled peers. When that was published, the Public Health England explained those figures as to do with comorbidities such as obesity and diabetes, and the fact they may not have understood social distancing guidance, which seemed to me like they were saying people with learning difficulties died because they're fat and stupid, which is incredibly offensive, effectively blaming disabled people for their own deaths. But that kind of narrative, what it does is to detract from the fact that COVID-related deaths were avoidable, had different political decisions been made based on different priorities. The ONS found that even after accounting for age and health-related factors, disabled people were still more likely to have died of COVID. And that's been linked to poverty. There is, of course, this intrinsic link between disability and poverty, which is part of the fabric of capitalism. But unquestionably, it's worse after a decade of austerity and welfare reform. Disabled people are now 3 times more likely to live in severe material deprivation than non-disabled people. And then the other key factor in those disproportionate deaths is also the warehousing of disabled people in underfunded residential homes. Now, on top of this, about to go through Parliament, I'd just like to mention there is a bill to legalise assisted suicide. I know that's a very controversial and sensitive topic. I would argue that disabled people's voices on this issue aren't always included in the debate. We don't feel assisted suicide is about giving more choice. It's, to us, about taking away choice. What it risks is investment in support for us to live being taken away. Spain's recently passed legislation, and also the Canadian government just voted to expand access to their existing legislation to people with non-terminal illnesses and people with mental health diagnoses like myself. We see a very sinister connection between this global rush to legalise assisted suicide and the pandemic, when a spotlight was shone on the underfunding of health services. Matt Hancock has actually said that he thinks the government's legislation on this needs to be reviewed, and I think that ought to send alarm bells ringing that even The Guardian can hear. But perhaps I'd argue, to finish, that disabled people are more clearly able to see how we're all living in an upside-down world, one where profit comes before people. After all, the dominant idea of disability prevalent in society is upside down to the analysis of disability that politicised disabled people hold. While society portrays disability as a matter of personal tragedy, we understand that disability is deeply political. While society focuses on what's wrong with our bodies and our brains, we draw a distinction between impairment and illness and the conditions we have on the one hand, and disability on the other, where disability is the experience of oppression that we find due to the socio-economic structures that marginalise, exclude and silence us. And that way of looking at it is the social model which Cathy wanted me to refer to. For disabled people, we don't see there's anything inevitable about the exclusion of people with impairments, illness, and difference. That's a feature of the upside down world that we live in, but we believe that an alternative is possible, one where we all people are valued and included together. But to get there, as Jabu said so powerfully, we are going to need to intensify the struggle, and we all need to be united. But together we can, and that's why I was so pleased to be invited today. Many thanks and solidarity.
Brilliant, Ellen. Thank you. Raising some issues that everyone needs to consider. Many of us here already will, but we need to be good allies and highlight that in our conversations, our meetings, and our political education. Thank you, Ellen. We've now got Fenella Porter, local activist, works for Oxfam, is involved with the Young Women's Music Project, a fabulous advert in our Stallholders loop on the work that campaign, that organisation delivers for young women, and also Womankind Worldwide. So delighted to introduce Fenella.
Thank you very much, Cathy, and really delighted to be here this afternoon. Would be so much better if we were all in person, but actually being online is in some ways giving us the opportunity to bring more people into the room, including my mum, who's joining us from Canada today, which is brilliant because otherwise she wouldn't be able to join us. So hiya, Mum. So yeah, the world's been turned upside down, and I think in many ways we can see its dark underbelly now. As the waves of death and deprivation has hit our consciousness during the spring and summer of last year and right up to today, it's become clear that the massive inequalities of our society are being laid out for all to see. This inequality has been visible even as we're told what the pandemic meant. And I think some of the things that Ellen was saying really points to that. The people dying is, of course, the most horrendous and the most visible aspect. But the impact has been felt so much more broadly. It's been felt by people who have been forced to work and live with the constant anxiety of infection. It's been felt by those unable to work and who've been plunged into extreme poverty. And it's been felt by those who are caring for others and caring for those of us who've been ill. And those impacts have been felt most deeply and most devastatingly by working class people, by marginalized communities, by Black and people of colour, and by women. There is another epidemic that has been in action over the last 12 months as well. And this is the epidemic of domestic violence and of institutional violence against women. Gender-based violence starts early. It starts as girls are educated to negotiate how they look and behave, to be constantly vigilant. The fear of violence is the backdrop, and the sexual harassment and the learning how to be safe, the daily reminder of this. Gender-based violence continues in so many ways in the lives of women, from the domestic abuse suffered by so many to the economic abuse of women in our system, to the abuses of power experienced in reproductive years and then into old age, as older women are often dismissed and discarded. And the gaslighting, the lack of belief when women have spoken out, the total lack of concern or response from police or other authorities. We've known this for a long time. This is not a new epidemic, but of course there's always been research to prove it. Most recently, we heard that 97% of UK women who have been aged between 18 and 24 have been harassed in public. 97%. But we really need to be careful how we read this. Yes, for sure, the world is waking up to the misogyny that shapes the lives of all women. But I am increasingly troubled by the fact that we only really hear about it when it affects women with so many other privileges. As feminists, these last 12 months must mark the final break with a feminism that reflects the experience of only white women, the outrage of middle-class women, and the lack of understanding of the fact that so many women don't have the luxury to reduce their experience to one aspect of inequality. The violence that has been experienced by women at every level is also fundamentally a racialized experience. It's an experience that's shaped by their class, their ability, and their gender identity. And at every level, domestic, institutional, and state violence is violence based on power. The power of the state is felt in our lives through much more than the police. It's a male power, a white supremacist power, a power of class and privilege, and that power is felt by people in so many ways throughout their lives. As a movement, I strongly feel that the feminist movement hasn't yet really expressed the need for an intersectional understanding clearly enough. It's a long word, and I'm always told it's too complex. But life is complex, and we must get used to reflecting that complexity. I am a feminist, and I want my feminism to be intersectional. And I don't want to reflex back to reflecting only the experience of some women. The movement, the Me Too movement, the hashtag Me Too movement, was started by a group of Black women, but it was co-opted and it was taken over by a tsunami of white middle-class feminist outrage about white women's experience in the media and the entertainment industry. And sometimes I fear that's happening again now. As we respond to the crisis of violence against women and the violence of the police and the state, what happened to Sarah Everard, for example, is horrendous. But what has been happening to Black women, women of colour, to migrant women, to trans women, to disabled women, these are the experiences of violence we hear less about, much less about. And yet these are the experiences that shame our society on a daily and an hourly basis. Last year's resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement brought many moments of reckoning, long overdue conversations within the movement and allied spaces about how the racialized trauma of Black women has been ignored and how the white supremacy of white feminism hasn't given them the space to even express their experience, let alone challenge and change it.
Vanilla, just 1 minute, please.
Yeah, good. I'm so honoured to be a trustee of the Young Women's Music Project, and for many young women like those involved in that project, it's only by recognising the intersectionality of the violence affecting them that they can truly seek the kind of reparative space they need to bring their experiences, which is so much more complicated than just their gender, which is intricately woven with class, race, and ability. And for trans women, this has at last given the space for them to be recognised and their experiences to be brought into the centre of the movement. And in the international space, we've always been far too full of the power relations that reproduce the colonial relationships of inequality. Now with the narrative of decolonisation, there's a welcome shift to the agency and power of women in many different countries. We must not snap back into old behaviours. The gendered violence of patriarchal institutions becomes even more pernicious when the institutional behaviours of the feminist movement reproduce the white supremacy that holds up patriarchy and prevents the experience of so many women for even being seen.
Great, thank you so much, Vanilla. Thank you. Important words in what Vanilla was sharing with us, for me, is inclusive feminism, inclusivity with those who have more than one oppression. I find that's perhaps an easier way to explain this potentially difficult term, intersectionality. It's people suffering more than one oppression, all at the same time, all rolled up together. So thank you very much for that. Really important things that we could spend a huge amount of time debating, and in fact should, in different arenas. So thank you so much, Fenella. Our final speaker, I'm delighted to welcome Ian Hodson, who is now considered, in my view, an old hand at Levellers Day. Fantastic speech the last time we were able to meet in person at a physical event. So Ian is president of the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union, talking about workers' rights, moving on from what John was talking about at perhaps a slightly higher level, how is this working out on the ground with low paid, 0-hour contract workers across a number of unions? Because one of the brilliant things that Ian creates are collaborative campaigns across many different groupings. So I'm delighted to welcome Ian Hodson.
Thank you very much, Cathy. Just to start, I'd like to send best wishes, support and solidarity to our members and those of Unite who are taking joint continuous strike action at Hovis in Belfast. The strike started yesterday. It's never easy taking any action, so I salute their courage to stand up for their rights, to have dignity and to be treated fairly and equally. I also want to congratulate, obviously, the organisers of today's event. It's a fantastic event, and obviously, if you've never been to a real physical one, I would definitely encourage you to go. And obviously, today's event is reminding everyone about the importance of our working class history. You know, the world really has been turned upside down when we see the media up in arms because a statue may have been spray painted with calls for imprisonment and paying out fortunes to stage stunts to protect them. But the very same media are also suggesting that people protecting their homes are behaving like terrorists or militants. Any human being seeing what's happening in Gaza should be speaking out. It's not a clash between equals. It's not a clash when a sleeping child gets killed in their beds by a nuclear power, whose only defence is to hope that they all die together rather than survive without family members. Solidarity with the oppressed people of Palestine. No, journalism is about speaking truth to power, but it's been taken into the hands of the powerful, and they are forcing their agendas and their views of the world upon us. We need to create and support independent media designed to promote our interests that truly speak out for us. Look at the media rage around football. I have found the whole football coverage incredible. It's unbelievable we have seen such an outpouring of condemnation that the billionaires are stealing football. I wonder if it's any coincidence that the Murdoch media empire and the lucrative contract of the Premier League played a part in that agenda. They fear maybe they won't get the media rights or a kickback of some sort. But it was good to see the outpouring of recognition that billionaires are trying to have one over on us. And if it's good enough to give football fans 51% of the board, it's good enough for employers to have 51% of their workforce on the boards too. But we have to ask why the Super League was prime time, and yet at the same time, data showed there was a 37% increase in deaths of homeless people during 2020. Where was the outrage? The findings of a report that showed that there had been an 83% increase on frontline workers reporting that they were having to use food banks. Where was the mass outpouring of support from the media and the powerful? Now, where was the political parties scurrying around to bring together hastily arranged meetings with the relevant groups? It really does show our priorities are upside down. Football for fans is important, but life chances are essential and should be the priority as a right for us all. You know, we have recently conducted our own survey and produced a report for the food sector of those that kept our nation fed, and found 40% of them had not eaten enough during this crisis due to a lack of money. 19% said they ran out of money to buy food, and 35% said they had gone without food to make sure others in their household could be fed. 1 in 5 relied on support from a friend or a relative to provide food. More than 7% of those feeding the nation needed the support of food banks to provide meals for themselves and their families. These are our unsung frontline heroes. And this is incredible when you take into account something that is often missed or misunderstood. They work in the food and drink industry, which is Britain's largest manufacturing sector. It contributes more than 28 billion into our economy. It contributes more to our economy than other manufacturing sectors, including the automotive and aerospace. During this crisis, the sector grew by 2.3%. So it's not like there isn't any money. It's not an unimportant part of our economy. It's critical and hugely profitable. Yet those that are working in it find in far too many cases They just can't make ends meet. It appears in today's society, food workers are not too low to make the food enjoyed by the wealthiest in society, just too poor to provide it for themselves and their family. And it's why we as a union are supporting the call for the right to food, decent, healthy food, to be enshrined in law. You know, the coronavirus pandemic hasn't caused the hardship so many are suffering. It's just exposed the vast social and economic injustices that so many have been suffering for decades. It's exposed how inequality is more than ever a real life and death issue. Statistics showed, as a male in the baking sector, you are 22.7 times higher than average at risk of being killed due to COVID. Clearly this is unacceptable. Although I want to add that figure tumbles in workplaces we are organising in, where the work of our safety reps has made sure, in some cases after a fight, that our members have been safe. And most of those outbreaks we have seen in our industry, happen in workplaces that failed to provide company sick pay and expected people to survive on the paltry SSP of £13.70 a day. Matt Hancock admitted he couldn't survive on it, yet he did nothing to change it. Maybe we need to get some of his family members on the case. That's why we're calling on the government to create a new system that employers pay into a fund to ensure all workers receive at least 6 weeks full pay, and anyone on a 0 hours contract receives at least equal to an average of their normal hours for that period too. People need to be able to protect themselves and others without the fear of dropping into hardship, and employers have a duty to ensure that this is able to happen. Low pay and job insecurity needs to end in all sectors of our economy. We must end the inequality. Nobody's pay should be related to their age. We shouldn't accept it for other groups, so why should we discriminate against younger workers? At the outset of this crisis, it was clear how job insecurity had left people being vulnerable to bad bosses when Tim Martin attempted to not pay his workers until the government furlough scheme kicked in. Our members stood up and forced a change in that decision. But unfortunately, where workers were not organised, were not in a union, they didn't have the same success. And far too many workers on 0 hour contracts literally found themselves abandoned. This cannot be right, and shows why it's right to call for the abolition of them. And if there are people on this call today, or you have friends or family, if there are trade unions in those workplaces, encourage those people to contact those trade unions. And if you're not in a workplace with a trade union, contact us at 0 Hours Justice, because we're here to support you. We need to end the low road economy that we've been driving down. We need to make sure it enhances life and brings security, and we need to make work pay. I know some will say if we raise pay, it will increase prices, but I'd like to say this. Pay has been low for years, yet your energy prices have gone up. In some cases, pay has been cut, but that didn't stop them increasing your rent or your council tax. Prices have continued to increase regardless of the low levels of pay. For us, we strongly believe nobody should be earning less than £15 an hour. Nobody should have to fill in endless forms to explain the hardship they are in. If an employer is struggling to meet the cost of £15 an hour, let them prove they don't have the means to pay their workers. Let them fill in the forms and get the support they need from the government, rather than pushing the burden on working people whose lives are hard enough, without the stress and pressure of worrying will their income be cut or be targeted for claiming the support they need just to try and survive. You know, if we want a better society, then accepting the better tomorrow line must be replaced with tomorrow is too late. We demand better today. The right to food, the right to a home, the right to a job, the right to financial support of your time of need through a fully funded social security system, the right to free education, the right to equality, the human right to decency. These should be our rights for all, not for just those born into the right families. Solidarity.
Thank you, Ian. That's fantastic. And as you were speaking, I put some links in the chat. That looks like a really interesting article. You were referring to the food survey. People who produced our food cannot afford to eat. Absolutely shocking. And that puts me in mind the two things you've spoken about of the two most recent Ken Loach films, all of which, of course, are fantastic. But I, Daniel Blake, and Sorry We Missed You. So I, Daniel Blake, regarding food banks. There's that terrible, heartbreaking scene in a food bank there. And Sorry We Missed You about 0 hours contracts. So we've had a few questions that have been put into the chat. One thing that Kadja Ralph, a local activist and NHS worker, would like to ask the panel, all of you, is what can we do to oppose the police bill? So while we are struggling, Ian gave us a list just now of all the things that we would demand, basic rights to a basic quality of life. Where do we put our efforts, really? And then there was one that I sent through to John, which was specifically for him from Colin around collective bargaining. Because of the way we've set up the chat, I cannot see anyone with hands up, but please do direct message me. I've got Erica saying, what can we do to tackle specifically child poverty? So perhaps we could start with John briefly responding to Colin on a collective bargaining question, which I forwarded to you, John, and then go round the panel asking, what do we focus on in the light of the police bill, and what can we do to tackle child poverty? So can I come back to you first, John? Gwyn, could you unmute John? Have you seen that question, John? No. Okay, let me see if I can. So let's go to, is Jabu still with us? Not sure. So let me start then. I can see Ellen. Can I give you that question first, Ellen? What do we focus on in the light of the draconian police bill?
I think we need to go out and protest. I mean, that's very difficult for disabled people because we've been, having to shield. I'm one of the very few DPAC members, I think, in the whole country who doesn't have a physical underlying condition. Everybody else has not been able to go out on the streets, and that has made things very, very difficult. I don't think the government would have got away with as much as they have if we could have been out there. I do really believe in the power of protest. There are so many issues to focus on. It can be very difficult. I was speaking at something this morning in Bristol with disabled campaigners, and they were saying, well, we got social care and then we've got social security system, like what do we do? But I think all resistance it is good. But then for us, there are key issues. The police bill, absolutely, because, well, actually, having said that, I mean, what we have found very difficult as DPAC throughout the years is to get ourselves arrested. Interestingly, the way the police handled DPAC protests was always just to move the traffic around us, because what they were scared of was the public actually finding out about what they were doing to disabled people. But definitely, we have used the right to protest as one of our main weapons against what the Tories have been trying to do, and we have to defend that right. In terms of the question about child poverty, obviously that's a question disabled people are looking at with regards to everyone, and levels of poverty are rising. I'm involved in a project that's led by benefit claimants called the Commission on Social Security, developing proposals for an alternative system, and the conclusions that we're coming to are very similar to ones that many other groups are, that we need a minimum income guarantee. So hopefully there's going to be more on that later this year. I know the New Economics Foundation is doing a campaign on that. I think it's important not just that we're fighting against things, but that we also are getting behind a movement with a real vision for the kind of change that we want to see, and that we're all in support of that.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ellen. Jabu has said that she is here. Gwyn, could you unmute and spotlight Jabu to share her views on those two issues?
Yes, thank you again, everyone. My take on this challenging the bill has been to involve myself in as much protest as possible in terms of joining all the civil protests that is happening in our cities. We need to show our disdain at this government by showing unity. We've got an Oxford Unity Front in Oxford, which consists of all the organizations that are participating in physical protest. So that was one of the start. But not only that, as civil leaders, we have to encourage our people in our areas to understand the issues that are going on. One of the things that used to put me off in terms of what I used to hear when I first started in the Labour Party was being told that when you're knocking at people's doors, you mustn't engage them in politics. Oh yes, I do engage them in politics. One of the things that happened a couple of weeks ago is I was delivering pamphlets and stationery around my area of Barton. I met a group of young people in bicycles. They said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm delivering. Can we help?" Yes, help. And I felt really good going around and telling them, "I'm your councillor now and I live next to you." Oh, they were so excited. I said, "We're going to have to get ourselves together, do a lot of stuff around, get you guys, you know, like, I even told them about why vote courses that I want to put around the neighborhood so that they can understand. I was very saddened the last election. There was a woman who was very keen in my area, was an activist. She came around to a lot of our meetings, but one day she said, "So which ones are we then? Are we the Tories? Are we the are we the ones in blue?" I was so shocked. Like, this woman has been here almost how many times? And to me, that was just such a simple thing, but it's amazing how much we take for granted. So political education in these areas that are being seized by Tories like Hartlepool, we need political education. We need to, you know, to give, because a lot of people even now, they were saying they were not prepared to vote, they'd given up. But when I said to them, "But I live here and this, and I changed a lot of minds. And as a result, I came back with a majority. So I am very much for you know, politicizing the communities and empowering them to fight for their own, you know, for their own causes, as well as being out there and showing unity and even international solidarity with Palestine. That is a start. We show people that we must care for people who are somewhere across the seas. They are also people. So I think that's how we fight these draconian bills.
Fabulous. Thank you, Jabu. So that's engagement in your community, really embedding yourself into local struggles, and also political education. Now, one of the other things that Jabu is very involved with is the Oxford Living Wage campaign. And I've just been onto that website to put a link in here for everyone. I think, Jabu, you need to have a word with Ian afterwards, because the Oxford Living Wage is currently £10.31 per hour, while Oxford has been reported as proportionately one of the most expensive places in the country to live. So I think maybe we could be a bit more ambitious and push that up to the £15 an hour that Ian is advocating. John, can I go to you now on the question of what we do to oppose this proposed draconian legislation?
Well, obviously, everybody on the left is going to unify in opposition to this bill. Even the police are not that excited by it. They're not. There's been no demand for further powers. I've got the privilege of being in the House of Lords, so I shall certainly be moving and supporting amendments to water down the bill. But what's needed, as has already been said, is a campaign in the streets. And now with the lifting of lockdown, that I think is going to be much more possible. Indeed, I thought that the turnout today in London for the Palestinians just indicates how prepared people are to demonstrate against injustice. And this bill is really outrageous. And of course, the people will not have forgotten the way that the police behaved at Clapham Common and in Bristol, and the images of that will live on and be a cause for organisation against the bill. Kathy, I've read Colin's question now. Do you want me to answer that while I have the floor?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, please go ahead.
Well, in a way, it fits in because Colin asks, with the media, print, broadcast and online massively against collective bargaining, how do we get our message across? Is there a case for more informal workers' unions, such as were established for the gig workers? Excuse me. So it's part of what Jabu was saying about political education, of course. We've always been confronted with a media that's been against us, always, for hundreds of years. So nothing new about that. Now we have, of course, the advantage of newspapers like the Morning Star, which is brilliant, and some television programs, God, the names of which have gone out of my mind for the moment, but you'll be familiar with them anyway. We have access to media which is not owned by Murdoch and similar people, and of course we've got social media as well. So all those things have got to be used to get our message out. There is a particular problem with collective bargaining, and that is this, that because of the fall in the number of people covered by collective bargaining, large numbers of workers, particularly young workers, have got no experience of collective bargaining. They don't know what it's like. The idea of actually negotiating with the employer terms and conditions is something that is a novelty. And I know in Ian's union, his young members have had that problem. They've asked, how do you do this? How do you? But of course, once they get the taste, the understanding of collective strength, then it becomes relatively easy. So that's what we have to do. We have to get the message out, and the unions, I know Ian's union in particular, but other unions as well, are developing programs of political education, and as they've always done, education about organising, how to organise and so on. So there's a lot of work to be done, and the fact that we can raise it in meetings like this, Cathy, is a great advantage. Otherwise, these things go unsaid. Often the agenda that's put forward for the improving the condition of working people doesn't actually mention collective bargaining, but that is the principal means, as I'm sure Ian would reiterate. Colin also mentions the case for more informal workers' trade unions, and I suppose he means the United Voices of the World and the Independent Workers of Great Britain and so on. Of course, new unions are going to spring up, and it's very praiseworthy that they do. They're full of energy, initiative, and young people. But from where I stand, I don't care which union it is, as long as people join a trade union. That's the principal thing. So that's the only way that people can can feel their collective strength is being in a trade union. So
fabulous. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you, John. So I'll go to Ian now to answer both those questions together, if you don't mind, Ian. But I did just want to highlight that comrades in the Fire Brigades Union are fighting against the breaking up of collective bargaining across the fire service. And something that I discovered the other day from an EC meeting of Keep Our NHS Public is that hidden in the white paper that formed part of the Queen's speech about changes to our NHS and impositions of these ICSs is that currently NHS negotiation around pay is done across the NHS, but the imposition of the new groupings may well have the implication of breaking up the NHS into different pay bargaining groupings. So all these things are happening, you know, by stealth and sleight of hand, and we have to keep really aware and share information with each other, because we can't each understand everything that's going on, but coming together and making each other aware of the bigger picture of what this toxic government is up to, I think is really important. So sorry to go on. I'll bring Ian in on those two questions now. Thank you.
Cheers, Cathy. I mean, on the collective bargaining, obviously I fully endorse everything John says. I mean, you know, if it wasn't for collective bargaining and our ability to mobilise our members around an agenda that they were setting, we would have never defeated 0 hours contracts at Hovis, for example. You know, we would never have made sure the McDonald's workers got the biggest pay offer that they'd ever been offered after we went on strike, or the contracts changed. I mean, that was our collective force. So we don't have collective bargaining rights, but it was our collective force of acting collectively. And obviously collective bargaining comes from our ability to force an employer to recognise that we are as equal in part of that business. And if they want to prosper, then you take your employees along with you. And obviously trade unions organise those workers and build confidence and strength by making sure that their voice is heard and obviously represented around the table. Because you know, you look at where companies are successful. Take Warburton's. You know, we negotiated through consultations there. They have the best terms and conditions throughout the food industry. You know, where people's wages are not about their hours, but they're guaranteed a wage that will make sure that they are able to survive, whether they do 2 hours or 35 hours. You know, their wages are fixed, and that was done through collective bargaining and the workforce taking part, following that collective bargaining in whether or not they accepted a changed terms and conditions. That's workers playing a part in the success of the company. I mean, obviously currently we've got members on strike over in Belfast. They're on strike because they take part in a collective bargaining process, which unfortunately hasn't worked. So they are acting collectively, you know, in the only way they know and have the ability to do, to try and get the company back round the table to reach a settlement with them, which they believe is fair to them as workers. You know, and again, you know, some people may say that workers shouldn't withdraw their labour, but you know, the difference between a worker and a slave is the right to withdraw your labour. So, I mean, for me, that's what collectivism is all about, you know. And obviously, I picked up on Jagu's point before about not knowing the difference between the red ones and the blue ones. You know, which one's the Tories? I have the same problem. I think most people in the Labour Party are having that problem at the moment, because obviously I certainly see the leadership of the Labour Party very much aligned to Conservatives, and definitely not with the trade unions, who need to come together and act together in solidarity. And that's why on the 26th of June, of course, we'll be joining the protests on the streets to come out, you know, to demand the withdrawal of the police bill. And we should be on the streets every opportunity we get to make sure we defeat the police and criminal justice bill, because it's not needed, it's not necessary, and it's only a fascist state anyway that would impose rules that stop us and restrict us from freedoms of our rights to be able to protest. Not happy with taking our rights to strike away. They also want our protests to be silent too and risk our ability to take industrial action at the same time. So we need to do everything we can as people, as trade unionists, in our communities, up and down this country, to defeat this oppressive bill and to defeat the Tories at the same time in both the Labour Party and in the Conservative Party. Hope that answers the question, Cathy.
Absolutely right. Fabulous. Thank you, Ian. There's a question there for Ellen from a councillor local to me, actually in Didcot, Marie Walsh, asking about an Oxfordshire DPAC group. Ellen?
So sadly, we don't have one at the moment. We do have individual members who I know live in Oxford. Actually, one of our national steering group members does. Anyone can set up a local branch. You just need to agree with our fundamental principles around the social model of disability, rights, not charity, and being on the left, basically, having an analysis that austerity was not necessary. It was a political choice. But if anyone wants to get in contact, you can contact DPAC and ask about setting up a local branch. But we do have individual members, and you can sign up on the website for bulletins, email bulletins, every time a post goes up on the website, and those keep people informed about protests and days of action that we've got. Whenever we organise an action, we always make sure that there are options for people who aren't able to leave their homes, so that there are contributions that everyone can make towards those. And we do a lot of work with allies, so it doesn't need to be a DPAC group that, for example, might organise a local protest on a day of action. We welcome support from everybody.
Fantastic, thank you, Ellen. Can I ask Tracy, who's working very hard behind the scenes, to see if Tracy has got any questions that have come from the audience that I've missed?
No, there's nothing else, Cathy.
Okay, I just wanted to give a shout out to a couple of people. I put something in about the Morning Star. We've got Lynn here with us, who's covering this event for the Morning Star, and she reminded me that it's the only socialist daily paper, obviously online as well. I check out where I can find it. I can find it in the local co-op. I can also, interestingly, find it in the little shop at Didcot Station. So I also wanted to say, I noticed John coming in recently, aka Attila the stockbroker. Not sure if you're still with us, but really looking forward to your performance at 5 o'clock this evening. And after this session, I will put another reminder link in the chat. Thank you so much for your generosity in performing for us without any kind of fee. And I would encourage people to go to that at 5 o'clock. So I have forgotten to go back to Rabia and Fenella. So let me quickly do that for the question about child poverty combined with what do we do realistically to hashtag kill the bill. Fabulous film earlier from Lily and Claire, showing that it isn't just our right to protest that is at stake. It's a huge range of civil liberties and ways of life that are under enormous threat from this bill. So Rabia, can I go back to you and then take Fenella?
Yeah, thank you. So Extinction Rebellion was set up on the principle of resistance, of causing so much resistance that the government would have to listen to us. And obviously we got kind of blown out of the water a bit by COVID, and we carried on online. But we are carrying on online, and I would agree with everything that other people have said. There are very many different ways that we can resist and we can act, and they're all important in different ways, you know, and particularly making community connections. And I think the research is that one of the most powerful things you can do is talk to your neighbours, your friends and your relatives, because people believe people that they know, as well as the letter writing, you know, the sitting in the street. We recently had an action where it was a rebellion of one, and there were single people sitting in a road with a placard. Some of them glued themselves to the street. So many ways, but we have to resist. We have to connect with each other, and I think we also, as part of that connection, is about listening to each other's concerns and joining the dots together. So it's the movement of movements, if you like, that, you know, that's what makes us really strong. And that's the kind of almost advantage that I referred to about the police bill, is that there are a lot of us who have an interest in opposing the police bill. And I don't know, people are probably aware of what was in the Queen's speech, but it's even worse, if anything, you know, because we had, like, you know, the possibility of legal challenges, which is also under threat. So many things are under threat. So it's kind of all out in resisting in all forms, but also, I think, taking care of each other and taking care of ourselves so that we have the energy to keep going, because we can get burnt out, and it's really important to not do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, John is going to have to leave us, but I just wanted to say a quick thank you to John. I know all of us have been running around like mad, but you have to go. Hopefully next year you can stay for the whole event, but really appreciated your input. Thank you so much. I'm also going to quickly give a shout out in the chat, so have a look for the link to Ellen's book, The War on Disabled People. Really accessible, very informative, also quite shocking and harrowing, but really genuinely worth having a read of that. So I'm now going to Fenella to talk to us from her perspective on those two questions.
Thanks, Cathy. To be honest, I don't think I've got an enormous amount to add to what's already been said. I think, you know, Jabu talked about the Oxford Unity and the importance of working alongside others, and that's been, I love the Oxford Unity setup. I think that's absolutely brilliant and such an example of how we all need to be going forward. And she also talked about the importance of working in community. So I think the only thing I would add is, like, things like the Young Women's Music Project is so amazing, because what it does is it really links to the lives of these women. So it is about making politics and life coincide, so that people can really see what the impact is on them, because I think there is a sense in which stuff that goes on is often out there, and actually we don't realize what the impact is until it actually hits us straight in the face. And it will be hitting, you know, people in every part of life. So I think that's also really important. And the film on the trespass laws did that really well, I think, as well. So yeah, I haven't got a huge amount more to add. I think everyone said what I would like to say really, really well. I think the intersectionality piece is about seeing that it is about inclusion, but it's also about just recognizing that all of our liberation, all of our freedom is bound up with the freedom of others.
Wow, that's a really powerful thing to say, and absolutely true. Jabu highlighted that again with the connection with the struggle in South Africa and Palestine. None of us can be free until we are all free. So unfortunately, we've got a message here. Jeremy has been stuck at the rally for Palestine in London. He was due to speak there. He's known to be very generous with his time, but also a bit overambitious. So maybe it was a bit much to try and do both. But I know he was sending his solidarity to us. He did a fabulous video for us last year. And I'm sure we can get hold of him to come to our physical event next year. But he does send his solidarity to everyone at this event. So that means that we have an extra few minutes, and I wondered if each of our speakers would just, if there's one thing, one concrete action they would invite us, encourage us to take in the current circumstances that we find ourselves in, a world turned upside down. Just very briefly, what would that single thing be? And I'm going to put you each on the spot. Jabu, can I start with you?
Yes, I mean, as I've said earlier, the unity, the strength in unity has to be my main one. When I've been in these marches with so many of us, it gives us the power. It gives us the validation to know that we are not alone in these struggles. It gives us a sense of belonging, but it also gives us a sense of dignity. One of the things that I'm so proud of, having been surrounded by such powerful comrades and powerful voices, is knowing that in a world that has got so many corruptive influences, some of us still stand there as a glowing tribute to our workers' movements, that we will always fight for justice wherever we are. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you, Jabu. Ellen, one thing that you would advise, encourage us to do?
I can't put it better than Jabu, so I'm not going to try. I'm just going to say solidarity. That's definitely been the most important thing for disabled people over the last 10 years, and taking the approach that Fenella says.
Lovely. Okay, Rabia?
You know, none of us can be free from oppression.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anything that helps us to feel like again an enormous amount for coming together with people and acting together. And the only small thing I might add to that is there's a movie called 2040, which is about an imagined future. It's more specifically about climate change, but it does also talk more generally about a better life. And personally, I think it's something that sustains me in the struggle is not only to kind of always be fighting and kind of, you know, it can get overwhelming and bring you down, but to also to imagine how life could be, and that, you know, we have the seeds of that in our solidarity.
Lovely, thank you. Fenella, one extra thing?
I think I would say the extra thing I'd say is educate yourself, read something, watch something, talk to someone who isn't like you, read Ellen's book, follow a Black Instagrammer, you know, watch the movie on the trespass laws, just do something to educate yourself about other people's experiences, because I think that's where coalition is built.
Brilliant advice, thank you, Fenella. And Ian, the single thing, concrete thing you'd get us to do if you could.
Oh, Jabu, I thought she laid it out perfectly. It's time to stop weighing down those giant shoulders, create our own history, build our own future. We are more powerful than we realise when we stand together in solidarity.
Fantastic. Well, amazing panel. Thank you so much. I hope that the audience got the questions that they wanted answered. Again, apologies, Jeremy couldn't be with us, but Tracy, thank you, has put in his message for us last year. And as I say, he sends his solidarity. And also, we obviously understand that people standing up at the moment for the rights, the basic human rights of the Palestinians is so very important. So thank you, everybody. I haven't missed anyone out, have I? We've all responded. Sorry, it's quite difficult on Zoom when you can't see everyone. There we go. And yes, thank you to Gwyn Reddick, who has done all our tech today. We are continuing now, if I've got my bit of paper. We're going to have a film of what it's like when we're actually all together, even if it's raining, from the event in 2017. We are then going into the Internationale, the Marshal Mateer version, and then we'll go into our third Stallholders Interval. Following that, at 4 o'clock, we have our music festival. As people have said earlier in the event, we on the left love singing, however good or bad or tone deaf we are, like me. We've got the Didcot Red Kites, local to us, obviously, Seize the Day, Robb Johnson, and then at 5 o'clock, and again, I will put the link into the chat, we have Attila, who has generously said that he will perform for us as part of this free event. So thank you, everybody. Panelists were amazing, and I hope we can continue these conversations. Great stuff. Thank you so much.
In 1649, St. George's Hill, a ragged band they called the Diggers came to show the people's will. They defied the landlords, they defied the laws. They were the dispossessed, reclaiming what was theirs. The sin of property we do disdain. No one has any right to buy and sell the earth for private gain. By theft and murder they took the land. Now everywhere the walls spring up at their command. We come in peace, they said, to dig and sow. We come to work the land in common and to make the wasteland grow. This earth divided we will make whole, so it can be a common treasury for all. They make the laws to chain us well. The clergy dazzle us with heaven, or they damn us into hell. We will not worship the God they serve, a life of greed that feeds the rich while people starve. We work, we eat together, we need no sword. We will not bow to the masters, pay no rent to the lords. We are free men, though we are poor. You diggers all stand up for glory, stand up now. We come in peace, they said, to dig and sow. We come to work the land in common and to make the wasteland grow. This earth divided we will make whole, so it can be a common treasury for all. From the men of property, the orders came. They sent the hired men and troopers to wipe out the diggers' claim, tear down their cottages, destroy their corn. They were dispersed, only their vision lingers on. You poor take courage, you rich take care. This earth wasn't made a common treasury for everyone to share. All things in common, all people one. We came in peace, the orders came to cut them down. We come in peace, they said, to dig and soul. We come to work the land in common, and to make the wasteland grow, this earth divided we will make whole, so it can be a common treasury for all. This earth divided we will make whole, so it can be a common treasury for all.
So I hope everybody's had a great day. Fantastic discussion there. And happy Levelers Day again, everyone. And it's now that time in the proceedings where we will reiterate our internationalism and our solidarity with all those struggling for a better world and against oppression. And just as the Levelers expressed their solidarity for the Irish people and their right to shape their own destiny, and just as the Levelers expressed solidarity with kidnapped Africans who were enslaved, and just as Levelers expressed their solidarity with people thrown off their land by enclosing lords, and just as they expressed their solidarity with those pressed into brutal conditions in the army and the navy, it's incumbent on us to express our solidarity with the Palestinian people today. May the 15th, Nakba Day, Catastrophe Day, 72 years ago, and every single day of the last 72 years has been a catastrophe for the Palestinian people. But they keep that memory alive. And as long as that memory and that struggle against catastrophe is kept burning every day, hope remains. They will return. There will be justice in Palestine. So on behalf of everybody involved in organising Levelers Day, and all the groups in Oxford Unity as well, certainly, we express our solidarity with the people of with Palestine as we sing and listen to the Internationale.
Arise, ye workers, from your slumbers. Arise, ye prisoners of want. For reason and revolt now thunders, and at last ends the age of cant. Away with all your superstition, servile masses, arise, arise. We'll change henceforth the old tradition, we'll spurn the dust to win the prize. So comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. So comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. No more deluded by reaction, on tyrants only will make war. The soldiers too will take strike action, they'll break ranks, they'll fight no more. And if those cannibals keep trying to sacrifice us to the pride, they soon shall hear the bullets flying. We'll shoot the generals on our own side. So comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. So comrades, comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. No saviour from on high delivers, no faith have we in Prince of Peer. Our own right hand the chains must shiver, chains of hatred, greed and fear. There the thieves will out with their booty and give to all a happy lot. Each at the forge must do their duty and will strike while the iron is hot. As our comrades come rally and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. As our comrades come rally and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. The Internationale unites the human race.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
Women have rights to be who they wanna be. They don't need a booth, they just wanna be set free. Yeah, yeah. To express myself, I need freedom in society to do this. Don't leave me on the edge, don't make me look small. Just give me light in this universe to do this.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me.
1,000 voices and you can't drown them out. Hear me now, a place to call home for the girls alone. A place that keeps me and gives me hope. Hear me out, a space that I need to be knocked down. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. Need a space to let go, a space we all know, a space to call home. We need a space to be free, a space to just grow, a space to evolve. We need a space to let go, a space we all
A little support could help us climb mountains in society. So much can be born in a home of equality and hope. Without a space and a home, these words would never reach your ears. You would never know me, know us.
Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out strong, wide and free. Hear me. Let my voice ring out
We're visiting Chancellors today because they, like a lot of other letting agents in Oxford, are illegally discriminating against tenants who are in receipt of housing benefits.
It doesn't matter if you have a spotless record as a tenant. If you are in receipt of benefits, these agencies will still put you at the bottom of their list at the request of landlords.
Chancellors are just the tip of the iceberg. Letting agents across the city and private landlords practice the same discrete discrimination every day, and they would rather see people sleep on the streets than in one of their readily available rooms. This is illegal and unfair and denies people the right to shelter and a place to live.
Happy Levellers Day. My name's Nathan and I'm an organiser with the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch. We at the Communist Party of Britain's Oxfordshire and Berkshire branch celebrate the local traditions, and we celebrate the radical traditions of this area. And we as a party trace our own roots through to the radical democratic movements of the English Civil War, like the Levellers and the Diggers. The Levellers, of course, who we're commemorating today, were executed after demanding democratic rights, better pay, and for refusing to be sent to fight the Irish people. Through the history of our own party, many have taken the same steps as those of the Burford mutineers. Communists organised mutinies after the Second World War against the continual presence of British troops in Malaya and in other colonies, and against fighting the people who they had fought alongside against the Japanese, the Nazis and the Axis forces. Of course, communists as well have also taken the proud steps of going off to fight against fascism and oppression the world over, whether it be the International Brigadiers in Spain during the Spanish Civil War, or those who more recently went off to fight against ISIS as part of the Bob Crow battalion with the YPG. The demands, though, of those in the Burford Mutiny crop up all too often, even to this day. Civil, political and workplace rights. We saw similar democratic and economic demands across the European democratic revolutions of the 17 and 1800s, over at the Paris Commune, to even Lenin's peace, bread and land in the Russian Revolution. But we're seeing it rising all the more here in Britain, with a government passing through a bill that will ensure that the security services can do whatever they want, whether that be killing or torturing, or breaking the law without prejudice. We've got a compliant and client media that will ignore the deaths of 120,000 people to rage about wallpaper and the former Labour leader. As a party, we believe that those demands put forward in the Burford Mutiny still stand today. We believe that working people should be paid a fair wage. We believe, as the Levellers did, in the natural equality of workers against a ruling class of exploiters. We see and support the struggle of those fighting for better rights, terms and conditions, whether that be the McStrikers, the Black Lives Matter movement, or those fighting to kill the bill. The Communist Party supports you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for asking me to say a few words on behalf of OAID, the Oxford-based campaign against immigration detention. Some of you might remember our previous incarnation, the campaign to close Campsfield, which had stalls at Levellers Day over many years. Campsfield House was the former immigration detention centre just outside Oxford. It was a particularly unpleasant place, as many of you will know, and it was also a site of resistance, both inside and outside. It was there for 25 years, and the campaign organised a demonstration every month. And those who were there will never forget standing outside, hearing people chanting freedom, joining in with that chanting. If nothing else, we knew we were there to bear witness and to share as far as we could, and the awful experience of those inside, and to let them know that they weren't alone. Now, Campsfield closed in 2018, but we knew that the fight wasn't over for the many detainees who were being transferred elsewhere, and we thought, no, our fight won't be over either until all these places are closed. So we have continued. We campaign against detention, against deportation, against state-sponsored destitution, and the myriad abuses that affect people simply on account of their immigration status. We believe that all people who are resident in this country deserve basic human rights. That really shouldn't be such a controversial or radical statement, should it? Unfortunately, the campaign is badly needed now more than ever. This government has learned nothing from the Windrush scandal. If anything, they've learned that they can get away with more. We've seen the terrifying Patel proposals. We know what they'd like to do to vulnerable people in our midst. And we are here to say no, not in our name, to stand up and to let them know that public opinion is not going to go away on this. We need to get louder as they do. We need to extend and increase what we do and to work in solidarity with people who are experiencing these issues, often alone, often frightened, not knowing where to turn. So we want to stand up. We invite you to join our campaign. We meet every month on Zoom at the moment, but it won't be forever. We have a website, oaid.org.uk. We also have a Twitter account. We're quite active on Twitter. You can find us at OAID Campaign. And please do get in touch by email as well, oaidcampaign@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. Whatever your experience, whatever your story, please do join us, and let's work together until all these walls fall and people are freed. Thank you, and solidarity, and have a good Levelers Day. And remember Tony Benn, who said how they treat refugees is very instructive. It shows how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they could get away with it. Thank you.
Ever since the Ackloop brothers under Henry VII, Henry VIII, yeah, history of the navigations of the English people projecting colonial empires, Oxford's always been a factory for imperialist ideologies.
The Socialist Health Association is a countrywide network of campaigners fighting to protect our NHS and social care. It's made up of thousands of members from across the country, many of whom are healthcare professionals, some are carers, social workers, some are dedicated members of the public or patients who are passionate about our NHS. The Socialist Health Association fights to keep the NHS in public hands and out of the grasp of private companies and a US-style healthcare insurance system, which we know would be such a disaster for our country as we've seen it is for the US. It's made up of lots of volunteers who join local branches, get involved in campaigning groups both on a local and national level, and also has the opportunity to log into training, into networking and campaign planning on a national level. If you've got time to give and a passion for our healthcare service, then think about joining the Socialist Health Association. You'll find the SHA online with a quick Google. It's not expensive to be a member, and it's a great network of campaigners across the country showing real people power and has a significant voice when it comes to matters of health and social care that are becoming increasingly important with this very difficult few years we've had. We've been involved in the local COVID campaign, which has been focusing very much on keeping numbers down, on following healthcare advice rather than political advice, on putting people and health before economy, and really understanding how these systems work and when they fail. We've all seen how brilliantly things work when the NHS are in control, as we're seeing with the vaccine rollout, and how terribly they are when they're in private hands, as we saw with the still disastrous test and trace. You can be involved in that fight and part of a people-powered movement to protect our healthcare. We hope to see you there.
Hello Everyone, we're back now for the final bit of the afternoon here. Thanks for those of you that have stayed for the duration. Now we come to the bit where you can sort of sit back, kick back a bit. I think it's, it's gone 4 o'clock, so if you need to open a beer, I think that's totally acceptable as well. We are delighted that we've got some pre-recorded music videos from the Didcot Red Kites, a socialist street choir. You might recognise a few faces in there. Seize the Day, who have done some fantastic songs for us, and also a loyal supporter of Levellers Day, who has often done live gigs to support the event, Robb Johnson. So we'll be finishing that just shortly before 5 o'clock. I think the timings take us just up until about 5 to 5. And then at 5 o'clock, of course, it's over to Facebook page for Attila the Stockbroker's live performance. And Cathy has put that in the chat a couple of times. So let's have some music.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. De pie cantar que vamos a triunfar. Avanza ya, banderas de unidad. Y tú vendrás marchando junto a mí. Y así verás tu canto, tu bandera florecer. La luz del rojo va a nacer. Anuncia ya la vida que vendrá, de pie luchar, el pueblo va a triunfar, será mejor la vida que vendrá, a conquistar nuestra felicidad, y en un clamor, mil voces de combate se alzarán, dirán, canción de libertad, con decisión la patria vencerá. Y ahora el pueblo que se alce en la lucha, con voz de gigante, gritando adelante. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Stand up and sing, for victory will come. The banners of union assemble in the sun, and you'll be there beside me on the march. And then you'll see the banners and the singing bursting forth the dawn, whose coming we proclaim is red as blood, his race sets us aflame. Stand up and fight, our hearts are all aflame. A new life is coming to put the past to shame. Your happiness is part of this our fight. 1,000 cries will rise into a clamour that will proudly sing, and we cannot be wrong, for freedom is the content of our song. It's time for the people to rise up in struggle against their oppressors and shout out all together, El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. The people united will never be defeated. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. The people united will never be defeated.
La terre, debout le faucheur de la femme. La raison ton son cratère, c'est l'éruption de la femme. Du passé fait son table rase, vous l'esclave debout, debout. Le monde va changer de base, nous ne soyons tous.
C'est la lutte finale, réponds-nous et demande. L'international sera le genre humain. C'est la lutte finale, groupons-nous et demain. L'international sera le genre humain. Arise, ye starlings, from your slumbers. Arise, ye prisoners of want. For reason in revolt now thunders. and at last stands the age of cant. Away with all your superstition, serve our masses, arise, arise. We'll change from with the old conditions, spend us to win the prize. So comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. So comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race.
Johnson, Johnson, Johnson.
Out, out.
Hi, my name's Theo from the band Seize the Day down here in Somerset, and I'm introducing 3 songs which I think you're going to really enjoy, which are very much in the spirit of what the Levellers stood for and what their struggle was about, but in the modern age. The first is from the fantastic mass action against GM crops here in Britain in the 90s, and it's about the corporation Monsanto and their attack on the commons, the global commons of our biodiversity through GMOs. And it's recorded in outside the High Court, in India, in America, and you'll also see footage from Watlington in Oxfordshire, where there was that fantastic mass action pulling up a GM crop in under the eyes of the police, the point at which I think we all knew that we'd won that particular battle. The second song is my song, No One's Slave, No One's Master, performed on Westminster Bridge at one of the XR, Extinction Rebellion, mass protests, and that's a song which I've sung all over the world and on all kinds of struggles, but which I think encapsulates that attitude which says that all people are worthy of respect and all people are equal, and in the same way that we must also value nature around us. And the third song, the final song, which I hope you can, in the privacy of your own room, get up and stretch and dance and sing along in the choruses when you've picked them up, celebrates the struggle of workers at the Vestas wind turbine factory in the Isle of Wight in 2010, when they occupied that factory. And although they lost, as the Levellers at Burford lost, I think that those examples always live on the timeline, and we remember them and they inspire us in the present day. So I hope you enjoy these 3 songs, and I send solidarity and support for all struggles that people are having across the planet, here from Seize the Day in Somerset. Cheers, bye.
My name is Sustainability Bob. We're the Monsanto Corporate Affairs team, and we're here to do a little presentation for you entitled Food and Health and Hope. Those polar bears now, who really cares now? They're breeding gender-bending babies who won't be breeding none, 'cause PCBs, yeah, are in the seas, yeah. We like to think that there's a little piece of us in everyone, 'cause we're Monsanto. That's right, Monsanto. We're turning Satan into Santa by giving kiddies cancer coming through now. We're changing you now. The Mother Nature terminators of food and health and hope. That DDT ban, don't let on me, man. 'Cause we had all these creepy crawlies falling on the food we grew. Was revolutionary solution. It's just a shame that what we sprayed on made the turnips toxic too. Let me remind you about Indochina. Them commie dominoes were falling, so they sprayed them into hell. Get peasant farmers, orange pajamas. We made their jungle cover wither, then we withered them as well. 'Cause we're Monsanto. That's right, Monsanto. We're turning Satan into Santa by giving kiddies cancer coming through now. We're changing you now. The Mother Nature terminators of food and health and hope. It's not our fault there's chemical warfare, but if there's dollars in dioxin, it's our duty to supply that plane of poison. They want marched our boys in against the raging from the CIA. I cannot tell a lie. From Pentagon came that drug aspartame. Our Pepsi Cola with no calories was every kiddie's treat. When there were rumors, it gave them tumors. Somebody falsified the data, and we called it NutraSweet. And you get more juice now from a dairy moo cow. Monsanto's daily dose of hormones, then udder's gonna swell. Don't blame the cream though, if you're in chemo. There may be BST mastectomies, but nobody can tell, cause we're Monsanto. That's right, Monsanto. We're turning Satan into Santa by giving kiddies cancer. Coming through now, we're changing you now. The Mother Nature Terminators of food and health and home. Robert Shapiro, well, he's our hero. He's on a mission with a vision of sustainability, which means we're going to keep on growing till we're the biggest corporation in the 21st century. In the future, for the big polluters, E-span and eco-friendly line and redesigning DNA genetic eyes on that far horizon, where everything alive is privatized and every seed will pay. We got the soil, we got the lawyers, the politicians in our pockets, all the way to presidents, the press on TV, to guarantee the cooperation of your nation in our new experiment. You did not choose it, but you'll have to use it. We'll get our Roundup Ready fingerprint in every pie you eat with every patent. Be a bit more blatant. Tell the corporation's domination of your global be complete. Mr. Monsanto, Monster Mutanto. We're turning Satan into Santa. Give everybody cancer. Coming through now, we're changing you now. The Mother Nature Terminators, hell on earth creators, gene manipulators, biotech dictators. The future's gonna hate us. Food and health and hope.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. And you know, I am touched in my heart that all you people care so much that you come out here today. I think that your caring is misplaced, and I think you'd be better working for the biotech industry. We got some room for people like you on board. And I just hope that when we get back here at 6 o'clock tonight, we find that that field out there hasn't been damaged by anyone irresponsible here today. The farmers aren't going to pull it up. The politicians aren't going to pull it up. The police sure as hell ain't going to pull it up. And we certainly hope that you won't pull it up either. Thank you very much.
Slave, I am no one's master. On my grave, they will write this after I am gone. I will be gone, and then my flesh will go to the earth it lived on. Breath will go to the air it lived from. I am through with the shame of my life. I've had my fill of the cruelty and crime. Earned my keep in the land where the dying deserts grow. And now I know, and I am looking out for a new directive, going home to the land of our mothers. I will walk with my sisters and brothers. We will share what is good with each other in our love. It is a love, it is a love that brings you the invitation. Join me now in my invocation. Mother Earth, I was nearly the end of you. Please accept my desire to be friends with you. Now I know just how much I depend on you for life. You are my wife, you are the life that grows in the flesh I'm weaving, life that grows in the air I'm breathing. I am strong as a tree on a mountain, full and fresh as a free-flowing fountain, bright and clear as the stars beyond counting in the night. I am their light, I am the light that shines in 1,000 people. In my sight, every life is equal. No one's slave, I am no one's master. No one's slave, I am no one's master. On my grave, they will write this after I am gone.
Come and get a job in renewable energy, get a mortgage, start a family, the future's in green. Technology, skilled work, lifetime guarantee, the pay is good but the hours are long. Can't complain if you haven't got a union, breathing's hard on the factory floor. If you don't like it, you know where the door is. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. Wind power, wave and sun, this is a fight that must be won. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. For work in a world where the turbines spin, this is a battle we all must win. All must win. Blade running profits on the solar water, 76 million first quarter. 3 months later, investors say a lot more profit in the USA. Wind energy, clean and abundant, windmill workers redundant, sold down the river by the Vestas management. No bailout coming from the government. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. Wind power, wave and sun, this is a fight that must be won. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. For work in a world where the turbines spin, this is a battle we all must win. All must win. Not much hope kicking round this place when every job's got 100 chasing. Miliband shrugs, what can I do? Come down here and support us through. Before they close our factory down, we're gonna fight back in Newport Town. May not win, but we sure can try. Learn from Vistion and occupy. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. Wind power, wave and sun, this is a fight that must be won. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. For work in a world where the turbines spin, this is a battle we all must win. All must win. Grassed up by a guilty man, we got wind of the workers' plan. So the ones who could clocked in that night, heads down low till the morning light. 2 teams went in and bolted the doors, made their base on the first floor, told the world and made their stand, picking up the fight of the working man. It was Lashley, Ash, Stringer and Godley, Terry Smith, Scanlon and Moody, Sepp the Celeb, Polish and Hunter and Big Al ran through the lines. McGuinness, Hales, Flower and Bradley, Arbo, Hughes, Sikora and Rigby, hanging their banners from the balcony, making a stand for their families. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. Wind power, wave and sun, this is a fight that must be won. Windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong. For a old workers standing idle, rich play bugger with the earth survival, NIMBYs blocking any turbine turning, ministers fiddle while the climate's burning, festers, we've got news for you, this is our family's future too, it's our power, nationalise it, better let the workers organise it, windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong, wind power, wave and sun, this is a fight that must be won, windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong, for work in a world where the turbines spin, this is a battle we all must win, windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong, wind power, wave and sun, this is a fight that must be won, windmill, turn it on, boys on the balcony standing strong, for work in a world where the turbines spin, this is a battle we all must win.
One step at a time, keep on walking and stay in line. Oh, leaders of the world are moving too slow, telling us just what they want us to know. We know better and we never stop, dealing with the issues that they won't look at. People in this time, we're stronger than before. Our power keeps growing more and more and more. Hold on to the faith. This life is a miracle.
One, two, 1, 2, 3. Oh, my name it is Vic Williams. I was a soldier for the Queen. I joined up to defend my country in my teens, not to do whatever they tell you to, wherever they draw the line, for the ruling class in Ulster or the capital on the Rhine. Not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. Well, they tell you it's a good career, they tell you it's a laugh. They tell you how the price of beer is cheaper here by half, but not so cheap as soldiers' lives. You find that out too late, when it's off you go for Texaco. Gun, oh, wink your weight. Not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. First they wound us up with racism to get us in the mood for a spot of collateral damage over the price of the barrel of crude. They talked about equality, but they never told me my rights. I couldn't stick their hypocrisy, so I swore I wouldn't fight. Not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. Well, they sent us down the PX to draw some desert kit, cause ours was in the desert with Iraqis wearing it. You couldn't hear give peace a chance, the bishops giving thanks, and most of the Brits that never got back got blown to bits by Yanks. But not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. Well, they charged me with desertion, but I never ran away. Officers gave me orders that me conscience couldn't obey, so I stood up and I spoke out. And when the war was done, I went back to Woolwich Barracks, cause I wouldn't live on the run. Not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. Oh, my name it is Vic Williams. I was a soldier for the Queen, but I didn't know the half of it when I was in my teens. The enemy ain't the other side, wherever they draw the line. The enemy is your ruling classes, draws the bloody lines. Not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. Not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. Not for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not for me, not anymore. Wait. Vic Williams, Gulf War Resister. Alice Weldon, First World War Resister. Yeah. Derby, suffragette, vegetarian, socialist, charged with attempting to murder the Prime Minister. hard times in Derby, no work for working men. Alice sells old shirts and boots to bring the money in, so her daughters will be teachers and things won't stay the same. Alice Annie Wheeldon, no gravestone holds her name. This is how the world gets changed. Alice Annie Wheeldon, she works hard to set things right for a world where women have the vote and men don't have to fight. And she knows things don't just happen, the system is to blame. Alice Annie Wheeldon, no gravestone holds her name. This is how the world gets changed. So her house becomes a shelter for young men like her son, brave enough to tell them, I will not hold a gun. It's the ones who give the orders, they're the ones should feel ashamed. Alice Annie Wheeldon, no gravestone holds her name. But this is how the world gets changed. This is how the world gets changed. Government sends in its agents to weave a web of lies, a plot to murder Lloyd George, made up by MI5, and she's convicted on false evidence from the criminally insane. Alice Annie Wheeldon, no gravestone holds her name. This is how the world gets changed. This is how the world gets changed. When the war is over, the family get released. No doctor will attend her when she dies. Put a red flag on her coffin, cry teardrops in the rain. Alice Annie Wheeldon, no gravestone holds her name. This is how the world gets changed. 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 Alice Wheeldon, total respect. I always like to do this song after the song for Annie. I think she'd approve. February 2003, 2 million of us wandering around London going, the Iraq war is unjustifiable, it will lead to disaster. We were right, it was unjustifiable and it did lead to disaster. I keep seeing us everywhere, as far as the eye can see. It's like some river overflowing. We got Muslims, we got Christians, we got pagans, we got Jews, we got atheists, anarchists, socialists. We even had a liberal or two on the day. We all said stop the war on the day. We all said stop the war. We got your fears, we got burnt t-shirts, hijabs and rainbow scarves. We got placards that say we're angry. We got placards that make you laugh. We got whistles, badges, banners, 10,000 djembes and a salsa band. We got pensioners, we got pushchairs, arm in arm and hand in hand. On the day we all said stop the war. On the day we all said stop the war. We got the actress and the bishop. We got tankies, we got trots. Some got extra sandwiches in case their mates forgot. We got respectable housewives from Isha who've never done this sort of thing before. With the international sex workers of the world united with the girl and the boy next door. On the day we all said stop the war. On the day we all said stop the war. We got that what's the name from off of the telly. We got that bloke I met called Steve. But we are more than just this 2 million. We are Ramallah and Tel Aviv. We are New York, Paris, Berlin, Moscow, Cape Town, Cairo, Bangkok to Glasgow. It's like some river overflowing. On the day we all said stop the war. On the day we all said stop the war. On the day we all said stop the war. On the day we all said stop the war. I keep seeing us everywhere. I keep seeing us everywhere. Orlando, New York, Paris, Berlin, Moscow, Cape Town, Cairo, Bangkok to Burford. I know today we're also remembering the people who volunteered to fight fascism in the 1930s, went to Spain. This is a song about the 1930s and about why my dad volunteered for the RAF when war was declared in 1939. It's not just the poppies we wear in November. It's men not yet 40 who look 65 and they cough and they twitch and they always remember what it means to be killed, what it means to survive. And there's men selling matches that haunt the street corners, the eyes with no legs and the legs with no eyes. It's the absence of loved ones, the list of the missing. It's sweethearts who turned into spinsters, not wives. Nobody, nobody, nobody wants one more war. It's the scream of the engines, the thought of our children choking on gas with our streets the front line, because we've seen what they did in Madrid and Guernica, and we know that it won't just be soldiers this time, and the shrapnel still in there, the wound never healed, because we don't want the workers on our green playing fields. And there's marches in Cable Street, fighting in Spain, and our glorious dead, well, they all died in vain. Nobody, nobody, nobody wants one more war. But you'll always remember The night when you met them in your youth club in Heston. The refugees with the dark haunted eyes and the dark haunted stories of the fascists in Germany. And they're putting up posters and issuing warnings, and they're talking at Munich for peace for our time. But you've looked in those eyes, those dark haunted eyes, and all you can see is it's all just too late. Nobody wants one more war. When the pandemic started, some of the songs I wrote, I titled after the name, after the number of the people who died that day, as a mark of respect. So I started writing this when I felt that we'd stopped counting, and I had a real job to find out how many people had died that day. So this is called 127K plus 45. Every little heartbeat, every little breath, every hungry mouthful, every step by step. Look at all that silence, look at all those stars. Look at all our blessings, how lucky we are. But we stopped counting long ago. We stopped counting long ago. We're tired of being heroes, tell us other news. When the shops reopen, tell us what to do. I will get a haircut and you will get one too. They were only numbers, names we never knew, 'cause we stopped counting long ago. We stopped counting long ago. The hands we held, then let go. We stopped counting long ago. What's the latest profits? What's the latest score? Are we surprised to find it's bad luck to be poor? A woman or disabled, not working or not quite. Too late to tell the ambulance, I thought I'd be alright. We stopped counting long ago. We stopped counting long ago. The hands we held and then let go. We stopped counting long ago. Look at all the silence, look at all the stars. Listen to each heartbeat. How impossible we are. Start counting, start counting. Start counting, whoa. Start counting, start counting, whoa. Start counting back, whoa. Start counting back, whoa. Start counting, whoa. Start counting back. There's a song about Spain-ish. Well, look at you now, Generalissimo, in your valley of lost souls, dug by the prisoners of your war. How your soldiers would sing, long live death for you. But look at you now, you're just another bullfight. And each child born is born an anarchist, scratching their names on your sad old mausoleum. And love is an anarchist, scratching our hearts on the walls of every city, like Madrid. I remember one day coming home from school with this clay clenched fist I'd made, and my father smiled and said, "Do you know what that means?" And he taught me how I could find out for myself. And that's how I found Madrid, where each child born is born an anarchist, scratching their names on your sad old mausoleums. Love is an anarchist, scratching our hearts on the walls of every city, like Madrid, like Madrid. So you with the medals, you and whose army, you don't win either. You're just another bullfight. We rise to our feet, clenching our fists in some hospital bed. But in our hearts, this is Madrid. 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 Madrid, where each child born is born an anarchist, scratching their names on your sad old mausoleums. And love is an anarchist, scratching our hearts on the walls of every city, like Madrid. 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 At the siege of Madrid,
Wow, well, that was a rousing finish to our part of the programme. Thank you to everybody who has made this happen today. Our tech team, Tracy, and Gwyn, the whole of the Levellers Day Committee, Ciaran, Tracy, John, Gary, Megan, Sam, Colin. I'm sure I've missed some people, but it was a real pleasure to actually work in such a great group of people to put on such an important event. And thank you to all of you in the audience who've taken the time to send private messages thanking us and saying, someone has said that it was an oasis of hope. Quite a lot of what we've been talking about today has had me on the edge a bit emotionally, but that's not a bad thing for a socialist in the times we live in. So I'm rambling now, but thank you so much, everybody who has contributed, to our wonderful speakers, our fabulous team, our amazing audience, and enjoy the performance by Attila. You should have seen the many messages in the chat. Thank you to Attila and to all the performers who have done that without a fee for us this year. So enjoy the rest of your evening and see you actually in person in Burford next year. Solidarity, everyone. Thank you.